Good evening, folks, and a hearty welcome to our drive-in theater. We have a wonderful evening's entertainment lined up for you, one that will provide several hours of pleasurable relaxation and diversion for you and your family. Did you fail to dress up for tonight's show? No tie, an old shirt and slacks, a house dress? Well, don't give it a thought. We're glad you came as you are. We just want you to enjoy yourselves. Don't forget to visit our refreshment center during the intermission or any time. You love the tasty array of snacks we have to offer. So will the youngsters. Everything is quality and so good. We hope you'll make this a weekly visit. Bring the family. Bring your friends. There are always wonderful new pictures to see, delightful snacks to nibble, a gay, pleasant evening for all. Oh, a word of caution. Don't drive over 10 miles an hour in the theater area for your safety's sake. And Mom or Pop, go with the kids when they leave the car. We hope you have a wonderful time. Come back soon.
It's 4 minutes till showtime.
Hey, fellas, don't fight over that hot dog. There's plenty for everyone. Big, plump, and juicy, wrapped in an oven-fresh bun. Add mustard, relish, ketchup, and go to work. Yes, the hot dogs at our refreshment center are the best you'll find anywhere. Everybody agrees on that.
It's 3 minutes till showtime.
Thirsty? The refreshment stand is open with everything to satisfy your taste buds. Here's the menu: the hottest, freshest, crunchiest popcorn, each kernel popped to its fullest with that real movie time taste. Cold drinks. You'll find your favorite ice cold, tasty, and thirst quenching. And hot dogs, hamburgers, and candy too. Now a short intermission, so you'll have time to make your selection before the show begins.
It's 2 minutes till showtime.
Your attention, please. All new hotshot electric in-car heaters have been installed for your comfort and convenience. Just insert heater through car window and turn on the switch. When leaving, please turn switch off and replace on speaker post. Warning, high voltage. For your own safety, do not attempt to repair or remove wires. Do not attempt to open heater unit. If you need assistance, please notify the theater box office or concession manager.
Top quality hamburgers, the most popular snack in the country. We serve them plain or garnished to your taste.
There are words men live by, words of strength, of wisdom, and of peace. We urge you to find the spiritual comfort and guidance we all so greatly need by attending your place of worship regularly.
Just 1 minute to go.
And now, on with the show.
No, that's not big enough. No, that's not big enough either. That's more like it. We're delighted to have you with us, and we extend a cordial welcome to you. We've lined up the top stars from Hollywood and from all over the world to entertain you on our giant screen with the new, colorful motion pictures you've been hearing about and reading about. To add to your enjoyment, we're all wound up to bowl you over at intermission time with live wire service at our snack bar, where you'll find a tempting variety of favorite foods and beverages. Your continued patronage is very, very welcome.
Hello, fellow humans, and welcome to my stream. As always, I'd like to extend a welcome to any of the non-human identifying sentient creatures who might be out there watching our stream today, and in fact, any non-sentients who might be enjoying some of our poker action today, because, you know, we don't like to discriminate here on the Mothership. So, welcome to Mothership Poker. My name is Lyle Bateman, a.k.a. Ron66, a.k.a. Tangeli, a.k.a. Card Check, a.k.a. a bunch of other things as well, but glad to have you here, and we're glad to go. It's going to be a little bit of a low-key stream today, I think. I've got a couple of more games starting up in a little bit, but right now I've only got one table on the go, just the Deep Impact Nano, where I'm pretty sure we're sharing a table with a friend of the stream, MVE, up here, Flip Like Eenie, and I'm pretty sure that we, if that is in fact our friend MVE, we gave him most of our stack in the early stages of this game in a rather gross Queens v Kings hand, where we had the queens and he had the kings. And as we were going through the hand, I'm just like, really? Did you just have like kings or aces here, dude? And yep, sure enough, he just had like kings or aces here, dude. So, you know, that's the way poker goes sometimes. So MVE, it was a good hand. I'm assuming that's still you. But it was a good hand, and you know, glad you. It's the way it goes. It's the way poker goes, right? So at the moment, the only game we're playing is this Deep Impact, 25-cent buy-in, a €50 guarantee. It's not one that we play very often. It's usually a little early for my schedule, for the start of my schedule. But of course, now that the time's gone all wiggy, it actually kind of fits in. So I'm playing it today. And we gifted, I'm pretty sure we gifted MVE with a chunk of our stack early in the game as well. So we'll see. We'll see if we can build her back up again. I've got the Falling Star starting up in about 15 minutes. And I've got the Comet Nano, which interestingly has a new buy-in today of 65 cents instead of the usual 50 cents. Even more interesting, the lobby still says it costs 50 cents, but the buy-in is quite clearly 65. So it's kind of funny. They just haven't updated the description in the lobby yet, but it is clearly a new buy-in of 65. I'm not sure they've been meeting the guarantee lately, so that might be an attempt to meet the guarantee a little bit easier. So yeah, so it'll probably be a bit of a low-key stream today. I will eventually have 3 tables at least running, but I probably won't push it to 4 very much today, just because, like I say, I'm a little tired, haven't been sleeping well last couple of nights. So yeah, it's going to be a bit of a low-key stream today, I think. But thank you for coming, and thank you for joining me. Thank you for joining me. It's It's weird. I was watching, watching David's stream this morning, and I actually find it a little more soothing when he's speaking in Dutch, even though I don't understand a word. Well, I shouldn't say I don't understand a word he's saying. I don't understand 95% of what he's saying, and then he'll drop in a couple of English phrases or whatever every now and again. I'm like, okay, I understood that, but I'm not really sure why there's like 2 English words stuck in the middle of a big string of Dutch there. But that's cool. But yeah, it was kind of, I was watching it this morning, and I had it on the background while I was doing some other work, and it was sort of like the same experience I get from listening to Gregorian chant music. I have no idea what they're singing. I have no idea. Even the music isn't all that engaging, but it's lovely background noise, if that makes sense. And that was how I found David's stream today. Just lovely background noise. No, I know that one's got to be him. Yeah, my queens didn't even get there against his kings. I mean, that's just wrong, right? I mean, the kings are supposed to be cursed, right? My queens are supposed to get there. But yeah, that's we definitely gave him our stack early on, and I sort of knew right from the start because I bet he was in the big blind. I believe. Let me bring the hand up in replay, and I'll just make sure that I'm going through it right, because I mean it was a pretty standard. I mean, I think it went down in a pretty standard fashion. So let's go back and have a look at that. I'm going to bring that up on the replay window. There we go. Alrighty, so it's early on in the game. It's not the first hand, but it's so like the 10th, 11th hand of the tournament, pretty early on. I don't know if MVE recognizes this avatar that we're playing, however, so I don't actually know if he knew who he was up against in this game. I was pretty sure I knew who I was up against, but I wasn't sure that he knew who he was up against. So basically, so the way it went is I was in the big blind. That's right. Okay, so I'm dealt queens in the big blind, and MVE's on my button, right? So there's a limp. He puts in the 4x raise, and I'm like, well, I got queens, dude. I'm coming back over the top of you with queens. There's no question about that, right? I mean, I got queens, dude. I got queens, right? So I come back over the top for a fairly small raise, admittedly. But I didn't necessarily think I needed to, if he knew who I was, I didn't necessarily think I needed to make it that big to get him off the pot. If he's just making a button raise here, right? So he comes back over the top of me, and I'm like, whether he knows who I am or not, that's going to be a fairly strong move, even from the button most of the time, I think. So I decided to just call off and see a flop and see how we go from there. So we hit the flop, and I figure, well, it's a pretty good flop for me, so I figure let's check raise. If he's on like an ace king, ace queen, ace jack, I'm in good shape here, right? Ace king, ace queen probably folds. Ace jack, I'm getting him in for stacks, and I'm pretty happy about it. So he throws the pot size bet out, and I should probably think about the pot size bet going, there's also 2 overpairs out there that I need to be concerned about. And I was actually thinking about, do you just have like the kings or the aces here, dude? But I decided to, I got queens, man. Come on, I got queens. And he goes back all in. Now, I know that I have him covered, so I know it's not going to be like I know I'm not going to be out of the tournament when I do this, so I call off for the extra 600 chips or whatever. And sure enough, kings v queens, and I do not hit the queen, and we I give most of my chips over to our good buddy MVE. So, you know. That's the way it goes sometimes. I don't think that hand could really go any other way most of the time though. I mean, I can fold queens. It's not like it's impossible to fold queens. I think folding queens pre-flop is usually going to be very wrong unless you've got specific information or unless there's like very specific spots of like multiple way action in front of you and things like that. And I think even on this flop or even on this board, I just don't really see any place where I get away from my queens without it being a really weak fold, I think. So I don't know. I think it's just one of those hands where I'm putting all my chips in the middle and giving them to MVE. So good job, MVE. Nice run on that one. We still got chips though. We haven't even had the rebuy in this one yet. It is a rebuy, so we can drop another 25 cents into here if we want. I'm gonna bet my pair here. Since we got into this pot for a limp, and since I don't really expect any, there doesn't need to be a 9 out there. And that sets me up for a pretty decent shove. Ah, gross. So fucking gross. He just gets there on that. He just calls me with nothing and gets there on the turn. Yeah, we'll buy another stack. So gross. He just gets there on the turn against us. So gross. Falling star should be popping up here pretty quick. So that was basically how my first stack went down to our good buddy MVE. That's the thing. I don't actually know if he knew who I was. I'm not sure. Was I playing his card check the other day? No, or was I playing his card check the other day? I think I was playing his card check the other day. So I think he has seen me play his card check on stream before. I don't think this is the first time I've used card check, and I definitely mentioned her name yesterday in Ian's stream as well when we were talking about who I was in the sit and go and stuff. So although when I was on the same table with Night Shopper, now that I think about it, I was on the same table with Night Shopper as Karchik yesterday, and he didn't recognize me. He had to whisper to me and say, "You keep saying you're on the Nano Comet. Are we on the same table?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I think so, buddy. I'm Karchik." I'm actually not entirely sure whether I pronounce that name Card Chick or card chic. It can go either way, with slightly different connotations either way. Falling star table just popped up. There's the falling star just getting underway. 83 people, 84 people. Common will be getting underway in 15 minutes, and that will be the extent of what I'm going to register for now, because like I say, I'm not really feeling the poundy grind today. Just kind of, it's Wednesday, it's hump day, it's kind of, it's kind of one of those days where you just sort of coast on down. So we're just going to coast on down today, I think. So we flopped the straight draw, gut shot. Yeah, on my left in the falling star. Deep minimal. That name is familiar. I'm not sure why. But deep minimal, that name is definitely familiar. Cool, cool, cool. I'm not seeing any friends of the stream on my table in the falling star at the moment. Yeah, he was on. He was on. You were missed. You were missed. NMP fan kept things under control for most of the day, though. Dark Angel was on a bit later as well, and so things were well in hand. He got a little tilted over 888, actually. They had some crashes, and it was really causing his computer to do weird things as well. So he got a little tilted over 888 yesterday. I might have to stop going over to Hustler Honey's stream and doing her trivia nights, though, because I keep winning her trivia nights, and I don't want to be the guy that just goes over there and crushes everybody on, for all the trivia night stuff. So I don't know. I might have to stop. Going there, or stop playing, or start throwing the games or something. Because I think 3 weeks in a row now, I've won at least one of the rounds of trivia. And I'm pretty sure we have to go back and look at all the records. But there's actually two of us. Another guy on Twitter named Jetface on Twitter. Jetface with a J3T. And we're the only ones that have won rounds, so it's like we're taking all the buttons, and we're taking all the winnings from Hustler Honey's stream, and it's I don't know. Apparently, eventually, I think the button economy is going to dry up over there on Hustler Economy Stream if we keep taking all the buttons out of it. So I think we've got to come up with a strategy to make sure that we don't roll over the game there. Still haven't received mine in the mail yet, but Canada Post. Hopefully today. Did they change the starting stack in the Falling Star? Did we only get four? Didn't we used to get a bigger starting stack than 4,000 chips in the Falling Star? Feels like the stack is really tiny today. Yes, it says starting stack of 4,000. Has it always been starting stack of 4,000 in the Falling Star? I thought it was 5 before, to be perfectly honest with you. Is my brain just having a major meltdown? Hey, MVE, good to see you, buddy. You're welcome for that stack at the beginning of the deep impact there, buddy. What are you gonna do though? Queens and kings? I mean, what am I gonna do? I got queens here, buddy. I'm in the big blind. You're raising into my big blind from the button, and I got queens. What am I gonna do? That is me. In the big blind when you're on the button, by the way, MVE. Kerchuk, that is a moi. As you can see. Yes, and we missed you as well, Piano Cat. Hello, Mike. Good to see you, buddy. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's going to be a bit of a low-key stream today, I think, for the record. I'm feeling a little tired today, so not gonna pound the tournaments too hard. It might be a shorter day. I might stop at some point down the road here, depending on how I feel. Or who knows? We might just end up as oh, I didn't start my timer. There we go. A little short, but hang on. We are, how far in are we? We are 28 minutes in. So let's stop this. Let's go to reset. 28 minutes and start. Hey, there we go. There we go. I faked the timer. So yeah, has the Falling Star always been only 4,000 chips to start? I'm sure it used to be 5,000. Weird. There are changes today on Unibet, no question. 65-cent comment for one thing. $0.65 comment for one thing. So yeah, over here on the Deep Impact Nano, we've got our good buddy MVE up here. Once again, a friend of the stream is on the button when I'm on the big blind. There's got to be like a switch in Unibet software somewhere that when I'm streaming, they just flip that switch and go, right, anybody that's watching his stream that comes onto his table, boom, right in the button. Boom, right in the button. I mean, that's all I can say. It's way too often that we get on the same table and one of you guys is on my button. That just seems to happen way too often to be just purely random. Got an interesting hand coming up in the falling star. Picked up a pair of 8s in the cutoff. So I'm going to put in a raise. Oh, that's a bigger raise than I planned to put in. I planned to put in 4x and for some reason thought it was 80, not 40 that we were at for big blinds. So yeah, so I guess I went 8x instead of 4x. Alrighty, well, we'll just continue here. Gonna have a lot of hands with kings or 10s in them in my hand here, so. Nice to see the gang. Nice to see the mothership filling up with a friendly folk. For those of you just joining us, MVE and I are sharing a table on the Deep Impact, and I gifted MVE my first stack. I'm on my second bullet now in the. Oops, I need to update my title for that as well. Yes, I'm on my second bullet in the Deep Impact because I got dealt queens on the big blind, and our friend MVE got dealt kings on the button. You can guess what happened from there. What happened from there is he took a large chunk of my stack away from me. Tournament is on break. I will return in a few moments after these DeSoto ads.
From Chrysler Corporation, the greatest engineering advance of the year, new Torsionaire ride.
And what a ride it gives you.
A ride like this has just never been possible before. Other cars still go around corners like this, leaning and tilting. Yet, with new Torsionaire rides, you can take even the flattest corners flat. There's practically no lean, no tilt.
Gee, you don't have to worry about bumps. A girl can put on her lipstick and be sure she gets it on her lips.
The bumpiest road becomes smooth, like a highway. What's more, when you come to a stop, with new Torsionaire ride, the uncomfortable dip and dive have been eliminated.
New Torsionaire ride.
Well, looks to me as though if I don't start saying 1957 Chrysler Corporation car instead of 1956, Benny and I are both going to be out of a job. Ladies and gentlemen, the 1957 Chrysler Corporation cars have more engineering advances than any other line of new cars. And they're definitely the leaders in automotive styling. So, before you buy any new car, see your dealer and drive one of the newest new cars in 20 years from the forward look of Chrysler Corporation.
Friends, ever since we presented the brilliant DeSoto Automatic on this show, people everywhere have been asking about one particular feature of this great car. Oh, sure, they want to know about Power Flight fully automatic transmission, about remarkable DeSoto full-time power steering, but they also want to know especially about revolutionary DeSoto air conditioning. Well, here's the story. You see that vent there on the side? That's the fresh air inlet. Air is taken in there, filtered, cooled, and dehumidified by the air conditioning unit placed on this ledge. By the way, the unit takes up very little usable luggage space. Bad air is removed here. And clean, fresh air is blown gently from this vent throughout the interior of the car. Stale air, odors, tobacco smoke are quickly dispelled, leaving the DeSoto interior crisp, cool, and comfortable. And no matter what the conditions are outside, blistering hot or freezing cold, the temperature inside is always just right, just the way you want it, for complete driving and passenger comfort, without the need for blowy open windows and dust-filled air. How does this wonderful, compact air conditioning work? Well, the whole system is operated by one simple little switch on the dashboard. DeSoto air conditioning is available on most DeSoto models as extra equipment. DeSoto air conditioning is just another one of the fine features and added conveniences that enable us to say and prove DeSoto puts you ahead automatically. The man is Groucho. The car is his new DeSoto Fire Dome 8. The place, his hometown, Beverly Hills.
There I am, folks, and frankly, I didn't believe this till I actually tried it myself. Full power steering in the new DeSoto makes parking a cinch. You can turn the wheel with just one finger. It's as easy as dialing a phone. And if you want to dial a phone, I have some pretty good numbers.
Out on the road, too, DeSoto's full power steering makes control of the car easier and safer all of the time, not just some of the time. You can prove this yourself by going to your DeSoto Plymouth dealers tomorrow and taking the DeSoto 5-mile trial. And you'll be amazed at the power DeSoto brings you. You'll see that 160 horsepower Fire Dome V8 that gives you power with smoothness never before achieved, and on regular gasoline.
And don't forget those big DeSoto brakes. Man, how they stop.
What DeSoto feature is this supposed to stand for, Groucho?
Fenneman, have you ever seen a pickup like this?
As a matter of fact, I haven't. Friends, stop at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers tomorrow. Take the 5-mile trial.
Take the 5-mile trial.
Take the 5-mile trial in either one of the great new 1952 DeSotos. The mighty new 160 horsepower DeSoto Fire Dome 8 or the handsome new DeSoto Power Master 6. Two great values from DeSoto.
And we're back. No comment again today. It did not run, just popped up on my screen and refunded my monies because it didn't have enough people in it apparently. So I guess the 65-cent buy-in scared everybody off for some reason. I don't know, seems weird that it doesn't run. It's been getting a smaller field lately, I know, but it does seem weird that it doesn't run. So I think instead I'm going to jump in the dark matter just to add one more table to the mix anyways. Assuming the dark matter ran anyways. The dark matter Nano did start, but with only 7 people in it. So you know what? I'm actually not going to run the dark matter Nano. It's small for my bankroll now. I'm actually going to play the €2 singularity that just got started. So we're going to jump in that one. Alrighty, so we got that up. Let's we'll get that going here in a second. I'm sure you'll be fine, Piano Cat. I'm sure you'll be fine. Table 3 is the singularity. And let's get the title done right on there. Singularity. Alrighty, so we've now got the €100 guarantee singularity running as well, where we've just put in a raise with King Jack. Lena is a familiar player. We have played against her a fair bit in the 1 and 2 euro events, I think. Definitely see betting this flop, I think. I think we'll check back for pot control here. Don't need to keep bloating the pot with second pair, I don't think. But we're definitely calling any bets. We're probably checking back because, again, I don't think we're going to get value out of anything other than an ace or jacks that beat us. So I think we're just going to check back. Right, so we are in the deep impact Nano, 2 bullets deep. We are in the Falling Star Bounty, and we are in the Singularity, a 2 euro buy-in. Like I say, it's going to be a relatively slow stream today. I'm not going to pound out the tournaments. I think 3 is going to be the maximum that I play at any given time. And I might not even stay with 3 for the whole time. We'll see. Yeah, it might have been the Galaxy Nano might have been fun to play. I'm not as fond of the rebuy tournaments as I am with the singularities for some reason. I just like the idea of one and done. This deep impact one is the one that MVE cashes like every single fucking day, it seems like. Good job, buddy. I'm playing with a bounty on my head in the Falling Star Bounty. Come on. Of course, everybody is, but no, I know what you mean. It's a bit weird when only some people have bounties on their heads in a tournament. That's always a bit weird. You know, when everybody's got a bounty on their head, it's one thing, but when only some people have a bounty on their head, it makes for a strange dynamic, I think. Deep minimal on my table in the 2 euro singularity as well as in the 1 euro falling star. Also to my left, I am all in, who's a familiar player from the Nanos and a falling star as well. Yeah, that sounds about right, Piano Cat. I think that everything should be played Sadi style. One of the things I need to clarify is whether or not you roll your chip stacks forward from one tournament to the next, because that will be significant. If you roll your chip stacks forward, then it won't be a satellite because you'll want to have built the biggest stack by the time you get to the final tournament where the prizes, the different prizes actually are. But if each new tournament starts with a fresh stack, then yeah, it won't matter, and each tournament will be a satellite up until the final day. It's an interesting spot. I think I'm getting my money in on the deep impact. Small blind, limp, raise. Yeah, I think we're over shoving here with our pair of eights. Racing, yes, we hit our set. Boom! Full house on the river. Big double up. Evisceration, good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. Haven't seen you for a few days. Welcome back. Welcome back. Always welcome to our stream. Hand developing against deep minimal on the singularity table. I don't need to put him on diamonds of any way, but I still think we're going to... I don't really want to see a fourth diamond come up here. So I think we have to put in the bet here. That's fucking gross. This feels like a bluff most of the time, but I don't think I can call it off with just a pair of aces. Because any random diamond at this point takes me out, so. Such a gross spot. There's no reason he has to have a diamond there, but there's no reason he can't have a diamond there either. So, you know, it's one of those things where, yeah, he can bluff you. There's not a whole lot you can do about it. Or if there's something I can do about that, let me know. I mean, I don't know if I'm supposed to call off there or not with just top pair. It certainly doesn't seem like it's the right run out for me to be calling off top pair there, but without a diamond in my hand. Oh, I think I probably need to change my coil. Yeah, I'll have to double check on that. If they start each with a fresh stack, then it's definitely a Sadi strategy for the first few tournaments that we play, which might make them a little boring, to be honest. That said, having bounties on people's heads will change that dynamic as well. So, yeah, it's hard to say. It'll be interesting to see how that goes, and it'll be interesting to see what the what it finally ends up looking like. Just getting crushed on the singularity table. Picked up a pair of kings on the Deep impact. Get a call from our left. Favorable flop for kings. Doesn't actually hit a pre-flop raiser's range, which means we might get calls from, yeah, we might get moves like this from somebody who's either got like an ace-9 and hit the 9, or has even got overcards like ace-queen, ace-king, something like that. And is just trying to take it away. So I think we're snapping him off. Wasn't actually ever folding there, I don't think. I think the only reason that the timer went down on that hand was because I only slow rolled him there because I was talking to you guys about the hand, to be honest. It's kind of, apologize for the slow roll there, Florin. If you thought that was a slow roll, it wasn't really a slow roll. It was me talking to my Twitch audience. Is that a new thing now? Is like, no, dude, I'm not. I wasn't slow rolling you. I was explaining the hand to my Twitch audience. Come on, dude. That's a new thing. There's got to be a pass now. There's got to be a pass for slow rolling when you're explaining the hand. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting strategy from everybody's perspective, I think. And I think mod v mod hands are going to add an extra layer of weird strategy where you guys are trying to get each other's bounties. So yeah, it'll be interesting. So we got a decent stack building here in the deep impact on our second bullet. That's not such a terrible thing. Probably a good plan. Probably a good plan. It's pretty weird that an ant is teaching a cat anything. Usually cats eat ants. So, at least every cat I've ever had when they've encountered ants has thought they were delicious for the most part. Nice one, Evisceration. Yeah, it happens in these, especially in these nanos. And I mean, you'd think that people would figure out eventually that the strategy is not working for them after the second or the third shove that gets called off by a reasonably big hand, and they don't get there when they're shoving random hands. But no, it's I've seen people blow off 5-6 bullets in one of these that way, like right in a row, like just hand after hand after hand. And I must admit, I've actually blown off a couple of bullets that way, although it's never been with just random hands. But I've actually blown off probably 4 or 5 bullets in a row in things like the Nano, where I get sucked out on, so I fire for a new stack. I get a decent hand. The same person plays back against me, and boom, they suck out on me again, and I'm down another stack, and boom, I'm in again, and the same dynamic goes over and over again several times. So, I mean, I've been there on both sides. So, queens in this hand is a pretty nice spot to be in. Not so thrilled with the ace. I might be down in the falling star. Yes, we get through in the falling star, at least for part. Yeah, we win half the pot anyways, which is nice. I got my stack in with sevens on the falling star, and ace jack flopped out on us, but we had them covered by a fair bit, and the bigger stack that got in against us to try to take our bounty did not get there, so our sevens held in that spot. So we took the side pot. Yeah, I think the mod on mod battles are going to be quite interesting. Ooh, what is wrong? What is wrong? Oh, I know what's wrong. Hang on. I know why I was just wondering why my stats were all screwed up. And it's because I didn't do one thing that I need to do every day now before I start streaming. So Florin has decided he wants to play against us. There we go. That should have updated all the stats. There we go. That's better. That's better. We don't have... So we're 215 deep in buy-ins so far. Haven't cashed anything yet, but we also haven't busted anything yet. How are we only 215 deep in buy-ins today? Ah, I know, because we didn't update with the... yes. We are not playing the Comet Nano. We are playing a 2 euro Singularity. There we go. We are 350 deep in buy-ins so far today. And we have not busted anything yet. Although we're pretty short stacked on the Singularity now. Got a nice stack building on the... Yeah, I mean... It's a disadvantage, but it's also an advantage. Once you identify those players, they will give you significant chips on a regular basis. I mean, one of the reasons, the day I won the Comet, one of the reasons I built that stack is because a couple of spots were identified players that I knew were going to give me 10,000 chips at some point during that, during the next few rounds of play. And sure enough, we got into spots where they were putting their chips in way too loose, and I had a better hand in position, and I was just quite happy to take their stack away from them. So I think, I mean, obviously sometimes you're going to get sucked out on in those spots. That's just going to happen as part of the game. You just got to be able to roll with those. You got to be able to roll with those. So I actually don't necessarily think it's a disadvantage that there are people that will just pile in 200 big blinds with Queen 6 for no apparent reason. Not that there's ever an apparent reason to pile in 200 big blinds with Queen 6, but once you identify them, obviously it's a little tough to identify those spots right off. But yeah, I mean, I think at the end of the day, it's actually an advantage to have that sort of player against you, because I want to snap you off with my queens, kings, aces, ace, king, whatever I got. And yeah, you're going to run out of me sometimes, but most of the time, when most of the time when I'm calling you off there, well, not you, obviously, when I'm calling the loose shover off there, he's going to be in pretty bad shape, and he's going to be losing most of those hands. So, you know. Hey, all right, evisceration. You must not be playing with your evisceration username today. You must be hiding in incognito mode. Of course, so am I, sort of. I'm not sure if you guys have seen the card check avatar before or not. I think I played at least once on stream with her, but I also don't know how many people were watching that day. So I don't know how many people have seen card check. So we got ace 10 on the deep impact, small blind into big blind. We're definitely putting in a raise here. I don't believe you hit anything, Florin. I think you're just on me. Ugh. How fucking disgusting is that, folks? Like, seriously? Like, you just fucking hit your 9 and your dominated hand fucking gets there. Still, I mean, I'm very happy to be seated here with Florian on my left. I got no issues with that. I'd be a little bit better if they were on my right, but you know, I'm not the least bit unhappy by that situation. He'll double us up again soon enough. Oh, Kappa Delta, right? Of course. I see you now. Cool. I'm going to raise on the singularity table with Ace Jack suited. Hey, Wes, good to see you, buddy. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you, buddy. We could be done here on the singularity. Yep, we're done on the singularity. We are done on the singularity. Alrighty, well that was a quick and dirty and not so fun experience, but that's the way poker goes some days. That is the way poker goes some days. It sucks when it's your high roller tournament of the day that goes that way, but what are you going to do, right? Yeah, Galaxy Nano is a little late in the schedule now for me to register, so we'll jump to the dark matter. Yeah, I don't want to do the Space Madness. Yeah, we'll jump in the dark matter, I think. 2. So that's table 3. Hey, Addy. Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. So, table 3 is now the dark matter. Alrighty, so we are playing the Deep Impact Nano. We are playing the Falling Star Bounty. No booties there yet. Still relatively short stacked. And we're not in the 100 euro singularity anymore. Why is that showing the wrong title? I was sure that I put the right title in. I don't think I saved everything, did I? I didn't save everything. Here we go. There we go. That's the right title now. That's the right title now. And that's the right titles down below. Deep Impact, Falling Star, and Dark Matter Nanos. I just jumped in the Dark Matter, though, Addy, so I'll take her down tonight. Yeah, $50 for the main comet's still a little rich for my blood, I gotta say. Might be fun, though. Might play the Dark Matter as a super high roller one day, to be honest. Picked up a bit of a spot here. It's not going to, on the bounty, it's not going to be too many chips because it's a pretty small pot at this point, but it's been checked around. How is your packet of M&Ms malfunctioning, Piano Cat? Is that possibly because you ate all the M&Ms that were in it, Piano Cat? It seems very odd to me that you bought a pack of M&Ms that didn't have any M&Ms in it and didn't realize you were buying a pack of M&Ms with no M&Ms in them. So it strikes me that there's more to this story. Although perhaps they're all W and Ws. That's a little bitey when that happens, Piano Cat. Kings into aces, such a gross poker spot, but one of those spots that happens. Yeah, the €2 buy-in was kind of a high roller for me. The €10 Comet might be a super high roller for me. Although there's €5 singularities. No, there isn't a €5 singularity. I don't think. I looked for that, actually. I was surprised that I didn't see one. So the only €5 game is a rebuy add-on, so it's going to be something that, or the only big €5 game anyway. So I don't know. It's going to be there's going to be a spot where finding the next buy-in is going to be a little tricky for me, depending on where my bankroll is. So. I need to prepare some commercials for you fine people. Sort this by date. Yeah, forgive me for not being terribly vocal at the moment. I'm just doing some stuff in the background so that I have ads lined up for you coming up. Since I was lazy and didn't do this before I started streaming, which is, of course, what I should have done. That'll be good for now. That gives us a few breaks ahead. Hey, Cleeds, welcome, welcome. Always good to see you hanging out here. Things have been pretty slow so far in the dark matter. Not seeing any familiar faces in that one at the moment. Excuse me. Shall we flop the ace here in the falling stars? So I think we're, since it limped to us, I think we're putting the money in for value here. Given that we also have the ace of hearts, it just makes that even more value-y here. I still think my pair of aces are probably a best hand on this board most of the time. I'm happy to keep value betting here. I'm all in on the deep impact with a pair of sixes over top of an open raise. Let's go have a look at that. Ten big blinds, it seemed like the thing to do. Gucci can be opening pretty wide there, I think, even under the gun, especially on a six-handed table. We hit the set, so we're in pretty good shape there. Sweet! Double up on the... Double up on the deep impact. Still alive. 16 to go to the money there, so there is 26 getting paid. Oh yes, I was going to comment on you being out for dinner for a curry takeout last night. That is one thing that I have to say about the UK. The UK has a few foods that are really, really, really good. The Sunday roasts are amazing. You can pretty much pick fish and chips shops at random and get very decent fish and chips. But damn, you guys have good Indian food over there. I mean, it's some of the best Indian food I've had anywhere in my life, and it is really good stuff. There was an Indian expatriate community when I was living in Lagos that owned a couple of restaurants that made really, 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 really good Indian food. But yeah, outside of those, London is about the best, or the UK is about the best places I've found. There's just an amazing little spot in Amesbury that we used to go to all the time when I was going over there for work. Yeah, we just was a lot of fun. Well, curry wasn't something that was invented. Curry is a spice that comes from a specific kind of pepper. So, but if you're wondering who invented dishes with curries in it, I'm going to guess it's probably Chinese. I would guess like thousands of years ago, I would think. Could be India too, because India's been doing things in that part of the world for many years, and that's where the I'm pretty sure that's where the peppers are, the curry peppers are native to, I think. Yeah. Well, we would have flopped the flush deep impact table with our 9 deuce. I like Thai food as well. Thai food is really good. We've got a really good Thai restaurant here in Medicine Hat. We're lucky enough to have pretty good Indian food here in Medicine Hat as well, because we actually, because of the British military out on the base, there's actually a lot more British people in Medicine Hat than there would be in the average Alberta town. And as a result, we have more British type stuff. For the longest time, we had a fish and chips pub. It did close down a couple of years ago, but it was here for like 15 years. And the Indian food is, for a place of this size, the Indian food is way better than it should be typically. But we also have a really good Thai. Place. What we don't have at the moment is any Chinese that's any good. So I'm a little annoyed by that, but. I'm all in with my 4s against our loose collar over here on the small blind. Yeah, it might be a short. No, I'm not good. I was about to call off in the dark matter with Jack Queen after the big blind shoved me with a huge stack when I open raised, but I decided discretion was the better part of valor. We're still not exactly. I mean, I still got 25 big blinds there, so it's not like I'm in super danger. Ooh, Addy, good luck in Milton Keynes, man. Good luck in Milton Keynes, and hey, enjoy the museum too. I remember you were talking about the computer museum, isn't it? That they have there. That would make sense in Milton Keynes, actually. I first read that line as the British invented India to preserve the meat, and I was like, it's actually not that far from the truth, but it's a weird way to put it, but it's actually not that far from the truth. I don't know why I got out of that hand, but it looks like it was a good. It looks like it was a good thing I got out of it. The deep impact, or sorry, the dark matter is about to go a little aggro. Put in the C-bet here. And yeah, I think we're just putting our chips in. Oh, really? It's going to be one of those kind of days, is it, people? It's going to be one of those kind of days where we put our money in, crushing our opponents, and they just fucking get there. So it's going to be one of those days, is it? I gotcha, Unibet. I understand. That's cool. We can roll with those sorts of days. We can roll with that. It's not that big of a deal. We can roll with that. Just got to understand, this is one of those days where, you know, we put our money in super good, and the fucking idiots just get there against us, right? It's just going to be one of those days. We just got to put up with that. We just got to be putting up with that. Like this Gucci guy on our right in the deep impact, who is going to be, I can already tell, a thorn in our side for as long as we are sitting at this table. It's going to be jabbing us in the right-hand side with bets and raises on a consistent basis, I think. And it's going to be rather annoying. Make sure you take lots of pictures at the museum, Addy, and share it on Twitter so we can all vicariously enjoy the experience with you. Put in the shove with the ace-jack here. I think we only got 12 big blinds, so it's not like we got a ton of chips at this point. We're still a ways from the money, so it's not like we're going to just limp into the money. Oh, you're not going to have any time for sightseeing, eh? Wasn't it you that was talking about the computer museum in Milton Keynes? Or did it just work out that you didn't have time to plan an extra day to check it out? King 7 is sort of right on the verge of what I should be considering shoving, open shoving from the big blind here, I think. Alrighty, we got the break going, so I got a bit of a treat for you guys maybe in here. Silent film star Buster Keaton, when he was in his elder years, became a spokesperson for Alka-Seltzer. And I got a whole slew of ads featuring Buster Keaton shilling for Alka-Seltzer coming up in our next break. So we'll be right back after these short messages.
From Chrysler Corporation, the greatest engineering advance of the year, new Torsionaire ride.
Pity the poor mailman. Walk, walk, walk. No wonder he's so tired. Good thing this is his last letter. Hey! Uh-oh, what a spot. He's got an aching head, an upset stomach, and an empty lot.
What you need is some Alka-Seltzer. You know what they always say.
Yeah, the mail must go through.
Oh, no, I mean about Alka-Seltzer. Relief is just a swallow away.
Well,
down, 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 the stomach through. Round, 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 the system too. With Alka-Seltzer, they always say, relief is just a swallow away.
bless that relief-giving Alka-Seltzer.
That's what everybody says. With Alka-Seltzer, relief is just a swallow away. Try it.
Pity the poor captain on a night like this. Pity the poor mailman. Walk, walk, walk. Pity the poor mailman. Walk. Pity the poor mailman. Walk, walk, walk. No wonder he's so tired. Good thing this is his last letter. Hey! Uh-oh, what a spot. He's got an aching head, an upset stomach, and an empty lot.
What you need is some Alka-Seltzer. You know what they always say.
Yeah, the mail must go through.
Oh, no, I mean about Alka-Seltzer. Relief is just a swallow away.
Well,
down, 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 the stomach through. Round, 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 the system too. With Alka-Seltzer, they always say, relief is just a swallow away.
bless that relief-giving Alka-Seltzer.
That's what everybody says. With Alka-Seltzer, relief is just a swallow away. Try it.
Pity the poor captain on a night like this. Uh-oh, sounds like he's catching cold.
Captain, iceberg, dead ahead.
What a spot. He's got aching bones, an aching head,
And an iceberg dead ahead.
What you need is some Alka-Seltzer, Captain. You know what they always say.
Yes, a captain always goes down with his ship.
Oh, no, sir. I mean about Alka-Seltzer. Relief is just a swallow away.
Well,
down, 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 the stomach through. Round, 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 the system too. With Alka-Seltzer, they always say, relief is just a swallow away.
bless that relief-giving Alka-Seltzer.
When you're headachy and feverish with a cold, take Alka-Seltzer to help you feel better while you're getting better. Try it.
a Northwest Mountie, and he's been trailing this desperate character for 3 years.
And I'm tired. Well, it's him or me.
Uh-oh. He's got an aching head, an upset stomach,
And an empty gun.
What you need is some Alka-Seltzer. You know what they always say.
Yeah, a Mountie always gets his man.
Oh, no, I mean about Alka-Seltzer. Relief is just a swallow away.
Well,
Down, 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 the stomach through. Round, 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 the system too. With Alka-Seltzer, they always say, relief is just a swallow away.
bless that relief-giving Alka-Seltzer.
For that headachy, upset feeling, take Alka-Seltzer. Relief is just a swallow away.
And we're back. Sorry about the weirdness with the ads there at the beginning. I obviously didn't work up. It obviously didn't work all that well when I was doing them off stream, so. We got there eventually. I knew it was screwed up, but go see if I can fix that for the next break. So let's go to this one and reset the transform on that. Oh, I may not be able to set those up properly while I'm streaming live, except by setting them up live, which is rather annoying, but. Oh, this is a spot. Second pair. How often does he have an underpair that he's just trying to push me off here? No. I don't know, with just a call pre-flop, he's probably, I mean, he could have hit the 4, I guess, and just be, I don't know. There is so much wrong with this, as a Canadian, I just have to say there's so much wrong with this Buster Keaton Mountie ad. I'm not even going to go there. It is just, there's just so much wrong with his, with everything about this ad is just wrong. It's one of the reasons why I like it so much, but it's not. I think it's just you. I definitely, once I got it all worked out, I was definitely getting sound through on the commercials. It obviously took me a while to work it out, but we did get there eventually. Okay, Adi, it's weird. I thought it was you. I know somebody, I'm sure we were in Ian's channel talking about Milton Keynes. And I know somebody mentioned I'm sure it was a computer museum that's there. I thought it was you for some reason, but Ant-Man maybe? NMP fan maybe? Somebody mentioned it. Someone was talking about it. What was doubly ironic about that problem with the ads is that I was actually apologizing to you guys and explaining to you guys what was going on and why it wasn't working and why everything was going. And I was doing this for about 35 seconds before I realized your mic isn't attached when you're on the break screen, Lyle. So they're not listening to anything you're saying anyways. So you may as well just shut the hell up and, you know, get on with your work and try to fix the damn stream problem. I was like, but yeah, I was there like, oh my God, the ads aren't working. I'm sorry about that. Here, I'm trying to get it fixed. I'm got to reset this. Maybe if I try to, maybe if I try to open the ad again, let's give that a try. And I'm like, oh yeah, you guys aren't listening to me anyway. So why the hell am I talking? I'm nowhere near Eni's 250,000 views, but I am approaching my own little milestone of views, I have to say. I'm approaching 5,000 views. We're a ways off it yet. We're still in the low 4,000s. We got 4,100 and change live views so far, but yeah, we're getting there. And I don't know what I'll do. Like it's not like I can give you guys a free roll or anything. As far as I know, anyways, Unibet hasn't reached out to me to say, hey, let's run free rolls while you're streaming. Although I'd be down for that. If there's any Unibet people watching, I would definitely be down for managing a couple of free rolls for you while I stream. Picked up a pair of 7s in the Falling Star. And we're just putting our money in the middle with 7s in this spot, I think. Over top of the 4x raise from the bigger stack. Could easily just be a bully move. Could easily have us crushed as well, but could easily just be a bully move. Oh, that's MVE that we just shoved over his big blind. Sorry, I didn't actually realize that, buddy. But and he just gets there on us again. So yeah, it's just going to be one of those days today, isn't it? Where we, get our money in good, and they just get there against us. Yeah, it's going to be one of those days. Alrighty, well, you know what? I'm gonna finish out this deep impact, and then I think I'm going to call it a day. Because like I said when I started, I'm a little tired today. Not really feeling it totally. And Unibet is responding to me by stomping on me whenever I decide to do something. So I think we will maybe have a short day today. Maybe we have a short day today. Who knows? Ace Jack into... I'm obviously shoving there all the time. And fortunately, we get there this time. But... So we're just playing the deep impact now. That is all we have left on the go. Oh, I don't know. I'm not feeling that terrible, and it's not like we're just running into crappy spots, right? That's all that's happening here. So it's not like it's we actually do have Dwarf Star coming up shortly, don't we? 35 minutes for the Dwarf Star Bounty Nano. Oh, black hole. Our old friend, the black hole. Alrighty, I guess I'm not gonna quit and shut down. I guess I'm gonna play another. Guess I'm gonna play another game. .50. So the Comet didn't run again with its high buy-in today. Didn't get enough people registered. I was in early, but as was Crazy Dude, Crazy Papa. Crazy Papa was the first one in this today. But they gave us back our money when it was supposed to start at noon my time, and there was not enough people in it. So we got the black hole up running now. Let me get that on screen for you so you guys can follow along with the pain and pleasure. So we have got the black hole, 1x bullet so far. Oh, that's a nice buy-in level. We're 420 deep in the day today. That's a nice buy-in level. We're hand for hand in the deep impact now, so we might actually pull some cash out of that one. Yeah, 420 in buy-ins. It's a nice mellow number for our buy-in level today, don't you think, folks? So, jump right into it on the black hole Nano table. Get dealt ace, king of hearts. Gonna do a delayed c-bet on this one, I think. And I'm probably calling action from SV unless it's insane. That's not overly insane. And does tend to look like it's probably designed to get me off the hand a little bit. More so than value. And our ace-king is good here, actually. A reasonable amount, I think. So how often does he take this line where he just decides to, after I check the flop, he just decides to bluff, turn and river? I think he does it sometimes. Does he do it often enough to make it profitable for a 2.5 to 1 call? We'll see. No, I guess he does not bluff that often. At least not this time. Yeah, that's okay. I mean, I think Ace King is good there in a lot of spots. I probably think I should believe his betting more, perhaps. Maybe that was my problem in that hand. I wasn't really believing. It is a very credible way to play a hand with a 10 in it, but when I check back, that's definitely... I'm assuming he was planning to check raise me on the flop. Although I suppose just to check call and try to extract more value would work as well. But yeah, that's just a spot where it's kind of gross. It's just a spot where it's kind of gross. I don't think that was an awful call. I don't know, maybe it was. Let me go back and look at it again. Let me go back and look at it. Yeah, I mean, even his bluff's like 8-9, gets there to a certain degree ahead of me on the river. What other bluffs does he have here? Clubs. He could have clubs. He could definitely bluff clubs when I check the flop, and I'm gonna put in the raise with my jacks here, I think. What other bluffs can he have here? Yeah, see, I just don't think he has enough bluffs here for me to make this call, now that I'm looking at it, on the ace-king. Yeah, oh well. It's life, right? I think that's a good board for a c-bet. If nobody else has the ace, looks like somebody wants to rep that they have the ace, so that's cool. So we turned the straight draw to the queen. I guess we let them take it again, like the donk lead. So it's a weird. Their lines have been weird so far. I almost don't know if I'm going to reg in the dwarf star now with my buy-in level sitting at 420 like that. I might just have to leave it there and not play anymore today. Just have a 420 day. We're still on the bubble in the deep impact. For the record, I am 22 of 27 with 26 getting paid. Let's go back and take a look at that for the time being. So we're definitely in bubble mode. This is the hard bubble. We are 2 bullets deep in this one, so we're only looking at a 9-cent min cash at the moment. Since 59 cents, we have 50 cents already locked up in our buy-in here. I really have no idea where Bletchley is in relation to Milton Keynes. I only have a vague understanding of where Milton Keynes is in relation to, London and the larger UK. And for that matter, I only have a very vague notion of where the London is in relation to the rest of the UK, and pretty vague understandings of the whole of the geography. I have done a lot of driving around the southern part of the UK, I would guess, with the southwest corner down by Amesbury and Salisbury and so on being the area that I spent the most time in driving around. But I think the farthest north I've been in the UK is Hull, so I haven't actually been that far north. And I honestly only have a sort of vague understanding of the geography, which is how I sort of understand you guys think when I tell you that I'm from southern Alberta. You kind of go, okay, I sort of have a vague idea where that is, and I don't really expect you guys to have any sort of specific idea of where that is without looking on a map. But even looking on a map gives you a conceptual idea, a theoretical idea of where a place is. It doesn't actually give you any sort of, real sense of where in space that is. I mean, we all have much greater sense of where we are in relation to our homes than we do in relation to the larger world. The farther you go out from your home, the harder it is for you to sort of place yourself in a specific way in that larger world. So it's like if I meet somebody and I tell them I'm from Medicine Hat and they tell me they're from Airdrie, I'm like, oh, cool, yeah. So I grew up just a couple miles south of Airdrie in Calgary, and went to school in the varsity area. So and we got stuff to talk about. Honestly, I have no clue when somebody tells me, they grew up in, well, I'm going to give you one that I actually do know because of where I worked, but because it's a random name and it's one I can think about. But somebody tells me that they grew up in Shrewton in the UK, and I'm only going to have a pretty vague idea that you grew up somewhere probably in the south area of the island of Britain, right? So, and of course the same is true. Somebody from the UK, especially somebody from the Salisbury area, is probably going to know exactly where Shrewton is probably going to understand that it's, and be able to sort of relate to all the stuff around it, and just have a greater sense of where it is. The farther you go out from wherever you grew up or wherever you've spent a great deal of time, I think the harder it is to sort of get a physical sense of where things are. GPS really, and like the Google Maps and stuff, really is one of the more incredible parts of our modern world, actually. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of other people in the chat of the same era old enough to actually remember using paper maps to navigate your way around. It wasn't so terrible using paper maps to navigate your way around the countryside when you're, doing a cross country trip or whatever, and you need to. That wasn't so terrible. Trying to use paper maps to navigate your way around a new city, just an absolute frickin' nightmare. So much easier with GPS these days to be able to get around a new city and to be able to get, from one place to another in some place you've never been before. It used to just be a complete nightmare to utilize paper maps on the move, and follow it along and be. So we're in the money in the deep impact. I am not going to get too frisky with my 5 deuce, I don't think, because that's probably not going to get me very far. I think the GPS is one of the more amazing aspects of our modern technology, and just our ability to sort of understand and map the world and find our way around it is astonishingly better than it was just 20 or 30 years ago. Yeah, I think ace 10 suited is the hand to try to double up on here in the deep impact. Double up or go home. Oh, I guess we're done in 24th for 59 cents. No huge surprise there, to be honest. But I thought the ace 10 was a good spot to get in. Alrighty, so we are down to one tournament again with the deep impact done. 59 cents. Let's put that in our. That at least breaks the seal for our cashes today, anyways. Leaves us with just the black hole, but I think we will add the dwarf star to it as well, which will be starting up here in a few minutes. Like 15 or something. Here we go, dwarf star, bounty, nano. So I was actually doing something for you guys. Speaking of the cool aspects of our modern world with Google and all that jazz. Give me a moment here. Give me a moment. Nice Google Earth shot of my neighborhood. You can see roughly where I live with the little marker there at the top. And one of the interesting things is apparently there's a bar and a burger shop that I had no idea was like 2 blocks from my house in what I'm sure is a residential area. So I'm a little confused by that, and I'm going to have to go wander over there and have a look because there should not be any business where that Paul's Margaritaville and Burgers is located. And to be perfectly honest, there should be no business where that Rosie's Bakery is listed either, because both of those are residential neighborhoods completely, as far as I know. So I'm going to have to go have a drive around there later and figure out where that is. So I'm kind of glad I did this for you guys, because you know what? I learned something about my neighborhood today. I learned that either Google Maps is fucked in the head and doesn't know what's actually in my neighborhood, or I learned that there's a margarita and burger shop and a bakery in my neighborhood that I had no idea existed. So, hey, you know, either way, it's pretty good. Thank you, Piano Cat. I mean, it's the way it goes. I cashed. What more can you ask for? I mean, you can ask for a win, I guess, but, you know, you can ask for world peace, you know, but what more can you ask for that you can actually expect to get, right? Alrighty, so we're gonna destroy our 420, our lovely 420 buy-in level with the black hole, or with the dwarf star here. Yeah, so I mean, it's a good thing that I stream, because I learn things about my neighborhood when I stream. Awesome, MVE. Good job, buddy. Yeah, 39th, you probably still got a stack that you're gonna have there's gonna be lots of people busting out ahead of you. It's a really spewy tournament that the numbers drop down pretty fast in that one usually. I find. So hold on, buddy. At the moment, the black hole is the only thing running, but we'll be kicking off the dwarf star bounty here pretty quick. Nano version. Do have that 25-euro ticket. I could actually jump in the dwarf star. Today's not the day to do that because I'm not feeling the greatest today. So I think I don't think I'd play my best poker, and I should probably play my best poker. Try to play my best poker when I decide to play the 25 ticket, but. I've added a new bankroll graph actually as well to my stats that I don't have up on the screen at the moment. And it's basically just another bankroll graph, but rather than actually tracking every single tournament, it's my by day. So it's not quite as jerky, and it's not quite as jagged. So it smooths it out a little bit, and it also includes whatever my max bankroll for that particular time was. So you can see where I've hit it and then dropped underneath, and done that. So I think that's kind of a cool. Cool new view. So I might actually put that one up on the screen instead at some point, but for right now, I'm just running on that. I actually redid the way I do all my totals. It's not that it really matters to you guys, I don't think, but I redid all the totals the way I do the totals for the days in my spreadsheet. I had been doing it in a very inelegant way before. It was functional, but it was one of those hacky solutions that was like 8 times more difficult than it needed to be. When I finally realized that basically it was me figuring out how to use the filter function in G-Sheets, which is a super powerful function for doing stuff like that. Just took me a while to work out how to do some some functions on filtered data. That was a bit tricky. Getting the command sequence, getting the function sequence correct, and getting the parameters correct was a bit tricky on that one. But she's all in there now, and it's basically automates it. So all I have to do is start typing in tournaments on my main page and add a new line for my new day on the daily totals page, and everything else tracks on its own, which is always nice for me as long as I remember to do those 2 things. So no more 420 buy-in anymore. We're up to 445 buy-in now that we've bought into the dwarf star, so it's no longer quite as mellow of a day. Ace deuce suited is certainly something I could raise under the gun. I'm not real thrilled with it, and that SV Jesse's been pretty sticky to stuff, so we might actually get a big pot out of them at some point. But I want to be there with a stronger holding than ace deuce, I think, against them. Because based on past play, we're going to be having to make some decisions in post-flop play for a bunch of our stack when we get into hands against them. It's funny on that new bankroll graph, my big downswing doesn't look like it was nearly as long as it felt like it was for me. And of course, the reason it felt so long for me is because I played a couple of days where I just played a huge number of tournaments, like 17 or 18 tournaments in a day, where I normally play 6 or 8 tournaments in a day. So it felt like it was a super long downswing, and it was. But when you crunch it down into days, it was only like 4 or 5 days long. And it was pretty chunky as far as money was concerned, but it looks like it was a much more painful, much longer downswing when you look at the graphs by tournament. That's how I do the running bankroll that's on the screen now. It's just every tournament is tracked with the bankroll I gained or lost from it. Whereas the other one is grouped by day. That's actually another new graph I've put together recently, which is profit by day. There, and let you see that I actually run a profit on a fair number of poker days that I play, which is surprised that I profit as often as I do here. But you can actually see pretty clearly with me. I'm somebody who makes my stack gradually for the most part. I have a couple of big days where there's been a couple of big scores that I've had, but for the most part, I'm a pretty gradual mover. But yeah, so it's interesting. We can see the big downswing here on the right, where there's like a bunch of days with big losses. Alrighty, we're definitely putting in the raise here. We just got the dwarf star popping up on the screen as well. That's a pretty good flop for our hand. We'll see if somebody else wants to fire at it, wants to bluff at it. I mean, we're just going to go down to an ace-king here at this point, but trying to decide if this is where I raise. I don't think so. I think I just call behind here. This will be a check shove. Because we have outs even if he's on the hearts. Oh, that's flooring again. That's flooring again from our friend from the Deep Impact. Didn't actually realize who I was playing against there. I should have paid more attention to that. Yeah, Google Sheets. Not Google Sheets. Google Sheets. G-Sheets. Well, I didn't realize I was just going to spam that like 2 seconds later when I went in and did the challenge command there. But, you know, I actually forgot I have that on spam every 30 minutes. But I wanted to let you guys click on the link if you want to go have a look at where the raw data is coming from and how I've done all my tracking on it. Feel free to poke around. I don't think you have any permissions to actually change anything, so you can pretty much poke around and do what you want. And if you're curious to see how I've gotten all this worked out, feel free to have a look in the formulas and take a look. If you want to set something like this up of your own and aren't quite sure how, I can certainly give you a hand with that as well if you like. Nice one, MV. Good job. Yeah, as you recall, I busted out of that one first last time after starting my tournament off with a really, really, really poorly placed bluff, 3-barrel bluff against Ian, which, I mean, the hell am I thinking trying to bluff Ian, right? That's pretty dumb. But what, you know. So just so you know, we got the, oh. I thought we had the Dwarf Star going in there. Dwarf Star Bounty, yeah. So why aren't you, oh, you're not showing because the other one's on top of you. Duh, I'm an idiot. Yeah, you are a little tired today, Lyle. Here we go, so we got the Dwarf Star Bounty and Nano rolling now as well. Go, 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 MV. Hold on. Hold on. You can slide into the money in that one and build your stack back up again as well. I've done that a few times in that one. black hole flopped a bottom pair here and rivered the trip, so I think now is the time to put some value in the middle. Try to go big and make it look bluffy. Do I want to go insane with my 5-4 here and my river trips? No, because there's queen 10 out there. There's only 15 getting paid here in the black hole, but I think we're still got reg open for like an hour and 15 minutes. Yeah, so it's still a long one there. I'm going to call behind with this. Get position, post flop. The suited king queen. I think we probably have to get out of the way here. If there's 2 hearts on that flop, we might continue, but with just one, it's pretty speculative to be drawn to backdoor hearts without the nuts. Alrighty, we're off on the break, so I'm going to send you off to more commercials. Hopefully we'll get these running a little.
Pity the poor mailman. Walk, walk, walk. No wonder he's so tired.
Morning, sweetheart.
Hi. Can I fix you some eggs?
How about oatmeal?
Okay.
Samantha, I thought I told you no witchcraft.
I didn't.
Don't cover up. It takes time to make oatmeal. There's not even a pot around.
There's no trick to it. Really. I used instant Quaker oatmeal. You just pour a packet into a bowl, add boiling water, stir, and it's done. With instant Quaker, anyone can make oatmeal in a hurry. Even mortals.
Hey, kids, here's Mary Hartline.
Say, boys and girls, there's nothing so good as a cool, refreshing drink on these hot summer days. And whether you like orangeade, lemonade, soft drinks, milk, or even a cool drink of water, the best and easiest way to serve it and drink it is out of a Dixie cup. I know because I use them at home all the time. And you ask your mother, she knows. She knows that Dixie cups save her a lot of extra glasses to wash. She knows that Dixie cup means there's less of breaking glasses. And she knows, too, that drinking from a Dixie cup is more sanitary because everyone has his own individual cup. And it's so easy to have lots of Dixie cups handy when you have this attractive Dixie dispenser. So you ask Mother the next time that she goes shopping to get a Dixie dispenser and several refill boxes of Dixie cups. Dixie cup, America's #1 paper cup.
If you can write your name, you may win a new Plymouth Fury in Post Cereal's Plymouth Sweepstakes. Thanks to Post Raisin Bran, the raisin bran with more raisins than ever before. Look on the back of this Post Raisin Bran package, and you'll find out how anyone in your family may win this wonderful 1960 Plymouth Fury. 2 Furies will be given away every week for 10 weeks. And that's not all. There are also 50 Fury Juniors for the kids, real cars that go a safe 5 miles an hour, and 5,000 Plymouth scale models. It's easy to win a prize. Just send in the ballot on the back of this Post Raisin Bran package or any piece of paper with your name and address to Post Office Box 600, New Brighton, Minnesota. 10 separate drawings. If you don't win one week, you're eligible for the next or the next. So get some delicious Post Raisin Bran, the fruit and cereal treat with more raisins than ever before. And enter the Post Plymouth Sweepstakes right away.
It didn't take long for the old redhead to learn the score about Camel's mildness and flavor.
Friends, you try Camels for 30 days. Make your own 30-day Camel mildness test and learn why. For mildness, for flavor, Camels agree with more people than any other cigarette.
And excitement. But right now, though...
Announcing the perfect marriage. Yes, the perfect marriage between a great new filter and a great modern blend. Now in new Old Gold Filter Kings. Here's the greatest taste yet in a filter cigarette. A completely new filter. So breezy, easy on the draw, you have to look at the tip to know a filter's there. Wedded, merged, married to a great modern blend like no other in this world. Together, they give you a taste that's out of this world. How wonderful life is when you're meant for each other. And how much more enjoyable when you've discovered these newlyweds, new Old Gold Filter Kings. This new filter actually steps up the rich, full flavor of Old Gold's great modern blend of nature-ripened tobaccos. You get a finer tasting smoke than ever before, because filter and blend are perfectly married as never before. Try new Old Gold Filter Kings for the richest, smoothest taste in any filtered cigarette.
All right, now we are going to meet our first... What are you doing here, Jerry? You're bringing out...
And we're back with the Dwarf Star Nano and the Black Hole Nano. And I think that's all we're going to play today. It's going to be a short-ish day. Hey, Night Shopper, good to see you, buddy. I see you came in time for the commercials. Yeah, I thought you might appreciate the Bewitched ad there, Piano Cat. I know if Hustler Honey was here, she would love it. She's a Bewitched fanatic. that one, I think. We got ace-6 of hearts in the black hole. Against ace SV, we're pretty happy with our spot here. We're putting in a bet here. Also on the dwarf star, whoops. Also on the dwarf star bounty as well, just as a reminder. At the moment, those are the only 2 games I'm playing. We had to cash the deep impact earlier today for like 50-something cents, I think. Could be more than that. Hang on, let me check. Yeah, we cashed the deep impact for 59 cents, but we were 50 cents deep in it, so we only cashed for 9 cents there. And we busted everything else we played so far today. Pretty brutal fashion. Yeah, we totally brick out on the black hole, unfortunately. We totally brick out. Mr. Ant-Man. Guess it all depends who you're playing against. So yeah, we didn't have a Comet Nano again today, but it looks like they bumped the price up to 65 cents. Very strange. I was going to say with no announcement, but then I don't necessarily follow the channels where that announcement would be made. I haven't looked at the community for a while, or things like that, but no, Night Shopper, I was registered in it, but it didn't run. There wasn't enough people again. And it went up to 65 cents, even though I think you saw my tweet there where it still says 50 cents in the lobby description. But it's up to a 65-cent buy-in now. Yeah, we would have turned the flush over here on the black hole. So I'm in the flip. I wonder if I'll even have time to put it up on screen. Last time I didn't have time to put it up on screen when it popped up. It just, I was boop, and I was done. I might have wanted to raise those fives. Sort of set mining with them at this stage. This might not be the best move for me, but ooh, don't you love it when your set mine hits gold? Don't you love it when you drill that set mine and boom, up pops that set? Doesn't happen very often, doesn't you know? Usually when you drill your set mine, you come up dry. Usually she's a dry well, but this time we got a gusher, folks. This time we got a gusher. And they see our gusher and decide to give way to us. Yeah, it's a supernova. Supernova ticket bounty on Ian's head. Yeah, I don't know, MV. I do notice. I know that the I think they have to have been decreasing the guarantees because a lot of the nanos haven't been reaching the guarantee that they've been putting on them, and they can't keep just throwing free money out at the nano pool. Frankly, even at nano stakes, that starts to add up after a little while, and you can't just keep throwing that out there. So I'm not surprised to see guarantees drop and or the buy-ins go up. And I actually don't think it's terrible as long as there's still some 5-cent, 10-cent, and 20-cent tournaments out there. I actually wouldn't mind seeing a few more 65 and 75-cent Nano tournaments up at the top end of that and make it like right now you're sort of like you've got a good selection of tournaments up to 50 cents, and then between 50 and a euro there's a huge gap. There's a couple of tournaments in there. There's a couple of 65s. I think is it the Abyss that's a 65? There's one of the Nanos for sure that's a 65 that I've seen. But there's not very many above the 50-cent level. So it'd be nice to see a few more pop into there, get some maybe premier Nano tournaments going up at that level. But I can sort of see, I can sort of understand, having looked at the size of the fields drop. I got a pair of 5s in the Dwarf Star. I don't think I'm calling off in this spot like ever, but I just have to think about it for a second. Yeah, no, we're not calling off there. Wow, we would have been good too. Hard to imagine we're good with 5s in that spot though. So here's the flip. We'll see how that goes. Oh, hey, Addy, you're there to my right. I see that. Nice one, MVE. Well done, MVE. And that was darn quick in the flip. We're done. Hope you guys saw what happened because I wasn't paying attention and I missed it completely. So I have no idea. But apparently we lost our flip. So yeah, well, that was quick. Let's go back to the actual poker now. So we got ace queen on the dwarf star bounty table, and we're gonna put in under the gun raise with it. And I think we're calling off action here as well. Gonna try to make this look a little bluffy and try to get extra value out of it. Sometimes that's all it takes, Night Shopper. Sometimes that's all it takes. That's all you need, just one hand. there you go, guys. Go to the tournament. Have fun. Enjoy. Live poker's a blast. What's the buy-in? What's the tournament going on in Maybury? Geez, I wasn't even able to catch my bust out in the flip when it came on the screen. Picked up a pair of 10s in the black hole. I think we're gonna snap them off here with 10s. We're racing against a lot of his ace X hands, but I think he's got smaller pairs in his range as well. And that's a nice hand to be up against. Bankage! We got the bankage. We got the bankage. I mean, I know there's probably times where I'm in really rough shape there against like jacks, queens, kings, aces, but I just think that there's enough equity in the spots where I'm racing and the spots where I have his small pairs crushed or his weird ace X hands that aren't racing with me, like that one. It's weird in Canada. For the longest time, you couldn't do debit card or credit card transactions at casinos for buy-in amounts. They would have like ATMs over in the corner, but you couldn't actually physically buy in. Now in Calgary, anyways, they run debit card machines and Visa machines and stuff to be able to buy into the tournaments now. But yeah, for the longest time you couldn't in Canada. And poker's still the world where cash rules. I always try to take cash to my poker tournaments, even if I'm pretty sure there's going to be a debit thing. I still always try to take enough cash for the buy-ins. Usually these days, especially, there's bank branches wherever you go for your bank where you can actually, so you don't actually have to travel with the cash. You could go wherever you're going to go. Couple hours before the tournament starts, you hit a bank branch close to the casino and pull out cash for the tournament and go play the tournament. That's usually the way I do it. Go to the raise with my Jack King, Jack 10 of clubs, or cloves. We say clubs in Canada. I'm sure this happens a fair bit over in Europe in smaller regional casinos. But one of the things that threw me off when I played for the first time in Quebec, in Canada here, was when they used French cards. So instead of having Jack, King, Queen, or Jack, Queen, King, JQK for your face cards, you have Valet, Dame, and Roi. So you have a V, D, and R. Going pretty well. Running pretty well in the black hole so far. It's always nice. 13 of 89. There's still, I'm going to say 40 minutes of reg left in that one. 45 minutes of reg left in that one. Yeah, I'm not big on the ATM fees. So that's interesting too with the ID. I know I've actually, one of the interesting things in the UK, and I don't know if it's still the same way or not, but pretty much every time I've been over there, I've had to get a membership to whatever casino it was I was going to go see that night. And the memberships never cost me anything, but I actually had to, fill out forms, show ID, and become a member of the casino in order to go in and play. Even just for one night. I've never had to show my ID to get into a casino or register for a tournament or anything like that. With the caveat to that being if you look like you're under 18, which of course I don't anymore, you can get ID'd for age. The only time when I'm required to have ID is when I want to pick up my check after I win the poker tournament. There's a certain level at which they will not pay you out the money without an ID check, and I believe that level is $1,000 here in Canada. Although I would have to, I'm not certain about that level. But there's a level below which they just give you the money, and above which you're required to have ID to play. Sometimes when you come for day twos of multi-day tournaments here in Alberta as well, they will expect you to have your ID present in order to claim your chip bag. Sort of makes sense. Yeah, that's always the case in casinos as well. I find in poker rooms the temperature, and it's not even necessarily place to place. It'll be like you'll walk in at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and it'll be freezing cold. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, it'll be sweltering to the point that you're sweating to death. And then another 2 hours later, and you're freezing again because they've cranked the air conditioning back down again. It's really hard to keep a steady temperature in those big spaces like that. So with all the people coming in and out. So far, it hasn't been the greatest day on the poke tables. We've cashed for 59 cents in a tournament that we fired 50 cents worth of bullets into. We busted a couple of other ones. One of them, well, a couple of them in fairly brutal spots. One of them, if I recall, we got queens in against Jack 6 on a Jack high board. And he hit the 6 on the turn, if I'm not mistaken. Might have been the river. Might not have been a 6, might have been an 8. But regardless, it was a crap hand that he was in against our queens with. And he got there. Yeah, I know I've usually got 2 or 3 layers of clothing when I go for my poker tournaments. Yeah, so we're just having kind of a quiet day today. I've been kind of tired the last couple of days and, you know, just kind of having a chill day. Just 2 tables going. Just the Black Hole Nano and the Dwarf Star Nano at the moment. Yeah, that sounds like a great plan. Piano Cat, sign up, buy in early, and then go grab a drink. Maybe have some dinner before you get down into the tournament. I always find 1 or 2 drinks is good for a tournament or for poker. Don't want to go too much more than that. I don't think. You certainly don't want to get drunk when you're playing poker. Very few people are good poker players when they're drunk. There are the odd people that seem to do well when they're drunk, but I think they're pretty few and far between. I think most people, when they get drunk, they become pretty spewy, pretty bad, pretty easy to read. So you probably don't want to get drunk, but I think having 1 or 2 drinks, depending on your threshold level and so on, is very useful in smoothing out nerves and just getting you into a state of mind where you can concentrate on the game and not worry about other external things going on around you. It just kind of relaxes you. Alrighty, well, I think this is a spot. Well, 8s is not the strongest hand in the world. I was actually thinking it might be a spot where I reshove. But I think that just turns my 8s into a bluff if I do that. And I don't really think I can call. I don't know if folding 8s there is the right move or not. I don't really think I can call a bet and a 3-bet. I guess folding 8s there is the right move when it's aces against kings. 50 quid sounds like a perfect perfect level for what I like to play live. I'm like $100. I'm like $100 tournament is my kind of sweet spot these days for my buy-ins when I go live. You go too much lower than that, and it's just not really worth your time. And I can't really afford to go much higher than that these days. So. I know one of the things that I used to notice when I was playing, and this is I'm talking like 6-7 years ago when I was actually playing in the UK on a sort of semi-regular basis. The dealer add-on was very common at the table. You'd show up and it'd be like a 30-pound tournament, but you get an extra 5,000 chips when you give an extra 5 pounds to the dealer, right? And that's something that's it's more formal here. If we do that with add-ons, it has to be included in the sort of, it has to be very formalized, if that makes sense. It can't just be a thing where you sit down at the table. It's got to be actually part of the tournament structure. So we flopped our set here, which is always a nice spot to be in. I think we're just going to keep calling behind. We probably don't want to see a club, but I don't really think that clubs are much of an issue now. I think straights are probably worse than the club, although it's hard to say at this point. Any non-club, non-straight card river, and I'm re-ripping this, but on this river, I think I just call behind. Not drunk. It's just, as you say, my first ever live cash was at a tournament in Coventry. I can't remember the name of the casino now, but it's a pretty famous casino in Coventry in an arena. The Rico Arena, I believe it is, in Coventry. And as often happens in the first sort of live tournament that you cash in, I was running like God. I mean, I was just everything. If I raised a hand pre-flop, that hand hit the flop in some way. If somebody else played back against me and I got my money in bad, I sucked out on them. When I put in the bluff, people believed me. When I put in the value bets, people didn't believe me. It was one of those sorts of nights where it was just everything was working perfectly. The problem was the pints of beer were also flowing very, very freely that night. And I was the top stack by quite a large amount going into the final table of 9 players with 9 people getting paid. And I'm pretty embarrassed to say I walked away with a 7th place finish on that one. And only 120 pounds or something like that when I could have walked away with 600 pounds or something for the win. And the reason for that is I got ridiculously drunk as the night went on. I got drunker and drunker and drunker as the night went on. And I stopped being able to adjust to when my plays were going to work and when my plays weren't going to work. And they just started picking me off like crazy. So I was done. Remember that guy at the PCA a few years back that was just hammered all the way through, and they'd featured him through a couple of the days as well, and he was just hammered every single day. Always cocktail. Can't remember his name now, but I vividly remember I think they had to escort him out early a couple of nights as well because he was just overly drunk and overly abusive at the tables. So his stack blinded out for like the last half hour of a couple of nights. Pair of fives in the black hole where we're building a stack. Still got quite a ways to go until we're anywhere near cashing in this one, but we're building a stack there. We're sitting in 9th place. Putting the raise with our pair here, I think. And given that it was against an under-gun razor, that might have been a little loose, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. I'm crushed in the dwarf star after getting Jack 10 in against King 10 on a 10 high board. I have 6 big blinds left. So I'll have to do something there pretty quick. Yeah, probably never drinking is a good idea. If you don't have nerves to calm over, then it's probably a good idea not to drink. Hello, Hustler Honey. How you doing? How you doing? I was talking about you earlier. I was telling everybody how I'm crushing your button game and how I have to maybe start throwing the matches so that we don't destroy the button economy over there on your channel, because Jetface and I are just crushing things. We're playing a bit of low stakes action over at the Unibet here. We got our we got crushed in a hand in the Dwarf Star Bounty game, so we're in big trouble there. But we've flopped pretty good on the black hole here. We're building up a stack. And when you flop this good, you got people betting into you. You got to be pretty happy with your life. It's a wettish board, though, so I think I'm actually going to put in a raise here. I think I can get Gunnar stack on this. Boom. Boom. We both get the full house, but my full house is better. my full house is best. And the raise with my 7s as well. In the C-bet here, I think. So I think we're probably 30 minutes away from reg closing on this. Yeah, it's 25 minutes away from reg closing on the black hole. So we're getting down to it eventually. Eventually, we're getting down to it. And I'm also still nursing a tiny little stack over here in the dwarf star where I've got to do something at some point, but just been completely card dead after that 10 jack hand and have not had anything that I could possibly. I mean, this is the sort of thing I've been. Which I mean, obviously I can shove anything, but I don't have any fold equity with 408 chips, and the 10-6 is going to lose most of the time by the end of the hand. So the point of shoving seems to be lost on me with a hand like that. Fortunately, the black hole is a slightly faster structure than the comet is, so we won't actually be here until tomorrow if we final table this tournament. Aha! Well, I mean, maybe they'll be in my mail today. We'll see. I still have to go over and check. I haven't gone over and checked today yet. I'm also expecting vape juice to be coming in today as well, so we shall see. Yeah, I mean, you're missing massive marketing opportunities here as I wear your button on stream to my tens of viewers here. I mean, you're missing massive marketing potential here to my audience. I got a call with my. You guys aren't watching this hand, so let's actually let you watch this hand. I got a call here with my straight flush draw. And we just check behind. Obviously, I think the 8's going to be good sometimes and not good other times, so we can't really value it. Yeah, 'cause it's over a week now, right, Hustler Honey? It was like, it wasn't this past Friday you mailed them. It was 2 Fridays ago that you mailed them, right? And it should be a week anywhere in Canada. And I would think that the problems that happened over Christmas with the strike, I would think all that backlog has got to be worked out by now. You would think it can't still be. That can't still be causing problems. It's weird. Maybe it's your special stamps. Maybe they saw the maybe they saw the stamps that were so cheap when they were bought and they were the permanent price, and they're like, we'll just let this sit for 3 weeks because it's the that's the price for the cheap stamps. Remember you telling the story about the stamps your grandma bought you when we were on the stream the first time, and you were talking about shipping the buttons. By Hospi, welcome, my friend. Welcome to the mothership. Thank you very much for the follow. We are playing Unibet Poker. It's a bit of a slow day today. I'm a little tired. I'm not feeling the greatest. It's just one of those kind of blah Wednesday, hump day kind of things. And we got 2 games going now. They're both kind of low stakes, but we got the Dwarf Star Bounty Nano, where we're basically going to be all in here in blinds and antes. Where we've been getting hands like 10-5 and haven't been able to do a thing with it. So, I mean, maybe I just call with those and hope for the best, but it is poker, so anything can happen once the 5 cards are dealt, But anyways, we're going to focus mostly on this black hole nano, which is the one that's been up on the screen. That is a 50-cent buy-in. Yeah, we're doing okay in it. We're certainly in a scoring position, although it's still late reg is open, and this one goes on forever. It's like 2.5 hours of late registration, I think, on this one. It's closing in 15 or 20 minutes now, so we're getting close to the end. But yeah, so it's a pretty decent prize pool. We got 110 euros in it. It's a €100 guarantee, so we broke the guarantee. We got 110 euros in the prize pool now. 24.93 up top, 129 for the min cash. We've only fired 1 bullet into this guy today as well, which is kind of unusual for this tournament. We often fire multiple bullets into this one. We're done in the Dwarf Star for $0 and 0 bounties. That was rather depressing, but... Hey, Miss L, how you doing? How you doing, Elly? Lovely to see you here, my dear. We're down to 1 tournament left now. It's been kind of a slow, tired day, but always good to have you hanging out on the stream. You back in Canada? You're in Toronto now, right? You're still out in Ontario with your grandma? Yeah, I wonder if they're just pissed that they made a bad deal. Yeah, we would have got there eventually with our 7, but so right now we're only playing the black hole nano. And I think that's going to be the end of the stream for me today. Like I say, I'm kind of tired, and it's excuse me, it's been one of those days, We just had a couple of spots where we just got our money in good and got crushed, got stomped on, and that's never fun. That never feels good. So, I mean, it never feels good to bust out regardless, but you know, you can sort of deal with it when you're getting into one of those spots where you put your queens in against kings, and you know, it happens, right? That's the way things go sometimes. When you get your queens in, when you raise your queens pre-flop and you get called, and you shove the jack high flop, and you get called off by jack 6, and he gets there, that's a little frustrating. But you know, it's like, thank you for calling me with jack 6 there. I really want that, but I really wish that 6 doesn't come. So it's been kind of a frustrating day from that perspective, but that's the way tournaments go, right? That's tournaments, and I'm the one who keeps saying I like the freeze-out tournaments, which unfortunately means that when those things happen, you're done for the day. So that's one of the reasons I like those, is because I take those chip stacks a lot when people do that in those tournaments. But today wasn't one of those days. Today was one of the days where, as the saying goes, some days you're the windshield. Today I was the bug. I have been the bug so far today for the most part. Even the one tournament we have cashed today, we only min cashed it, and we min cashed it after firing 2 bullets into it, which means we made 9 cents on a 50-cent buy-in. So it was like we took 59 cents off of 50 cents in buy-ins. Not exactly. We're not exactly running our bankroll up with that sort of cashing rate. So. Cool. Always good to see you here. Always good to see you here, hun. You're here just in time for the commercials. We're going to head off to a break here.
Morning, sweetheart.
Hi.
Honey, when was the last time you baked a cake?
Last week, dear.
Oh, I didn't see any cake around here.
It wasn't for you, dear. My club had a charity auction. You know, my cake sold for $5.
Oh, how'd you manage that?
With Betty Crocker's new honey spice cake mix. I just wish you'd seen it. High and light and moist.
Stop it, dear. I'm starving.
Because Betty Crocker puts just the good things you'd use yourself in her honey spice cake mix. Soft as silk cake flour, the very best shortening, fine, delicate spices, and sweet clover honey.
She's right. I'm Betty Crocker, and I promise you a perfect cake every time you bake. That's right, perfect. You be the judge. Or write General Mills, Minneapolis, Minnesota, and get your money back. Remember, I guarantee a perfect cake every time you bake, cake after cake after cake.
And you don't have to bother with fancy icings for any Betty Crocker cake. Who would ask for anything better than chocolate cake and vanilla ice cream with chocolate sauce? Or white cake and chocolate ice cream with marshmallow topping right out of a jar? Where's the family that doesn't go for cake and ice cream, especially when every cake turns out just the way you want it, thanks to Betty Crocker cake mixes? Bake a Betty Crocker cake right now. Perfect every time.
Be with us again next week when General Mills...
Who admits it?
I have a split personality. There's my pleasure-loving side and my practical side. But we get along fine together, especially when it comes to personal size ivory. So white, looks pure, even smells pure. My pleasure-loving side adores it in the bath. Ivory won't get lost. It floats, gives you suds faster than any other leading bath soap. You lie back, cushioned in gentleness, ivory gentleness. This personal size of ivory soap makes a bath pure pleasure. Meanwhile, it pleases my practical side. You see, 4 cakes of personal size ivory cost no more than 3 cakes of other leading bath soaps. It's like getting 1 cake free. So for practical purposes and pure pleasure, personal size ivory is your best buy. Get 4 cakes and save.
Prove it yourself. Here's a Q-tip. How can you prove your Q-stick is straight and true? Well, that's easy. Willie Hoppy, world's 3-cushion billiard champion, places his cue on the table and rolls it. A warped Q-stick will wobble and bounce. A stick that's true will describe an even arc. And now watch a champion use it. Now, Willie Hoppy, how mild can a cigarette be?
Well, I've been smoking Camels for 20 years. I know they're mild and they really taste great.
Yes, Camels are so mild that in a test of hundreds of people who smoked only Camels for 30 days, throat specialists making weekly examinations reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels. But prove for yourself how mild a cigarette can be. Test Camels for 30 days in your T-zone. Let your taste and throat tell you about Camel's flavor and mildness.
Two germs were killing a little time, and one of them said,
Let's go contaminate a house. Yeah, I know a place that's for me poisonally.
So they rounded up the gang, millions of them, and bang, into kitchen, bathroom, floors, doorknobs, walls, woodwork, rails, pails, baby's room, everywhere. Until those germs found out Lysol, the concentrated germ killer, was on the job. Lysol, relentless enemy of germs. To use Lysol, measure 2 1/2 tablespoons in a gallon of cleaning water. And death to evil germs. In the bathroom, on floors, walls, woodwork, in the sick room. Women, help protect your home against dangerous germs with Lysol. Keep Lysol on the job every day. Lysol brand disinfectant, America's largest selling disinfectant. Ask for Lysol at your druggist today.
Death to evil germs. Death to evil germs. We are back. Oh, I should have run that for you, actually. This is just for Hustler Honey. I forgot about that. You weren't here when we ran that. I cut it off because I ran that last break, but we'll be right back.
Morning, sweetheart.
Hi. Can I fix you some eggs?
How about oatmeal?
Okay.
Samantha, I thought I told you no witchcraft.
I didn't.
Don't cover up. It takes time to make oatmeal. There's not even a pot around.
There's no trick to it. Really. I used instant Quaker oatmeal. You just pour a packet into a bowl, add boiling water, stir, and it's done. With instant Quaker, anyone can make oatmeal in a hurry. Even mortals.
Hey, kids, here's Mary Hartline.
That was just for Hustler Honey. The things they had to do to come up with ways to advertise cigarettes is I just find completely fascinating, and it's just one of those appalling elements of advertising that I find fascinating to look at in a sort of macabre sort of way. Yes, not one single patient reported throat irritation due to smoking Camels. Which is of course what they would report when they're being paid by the commercial. But yeah, no, it's just so utterly absurd. You can just sort of feel Don Draper's influence on spots like that, right? Yeah, I mean, for a cigarette commercial, actually, that pool cue one is pretty cool for sure. Exactly. I mean, even doctors, 4 out of 5 doctors recommend camels. So, you know, what are you gonna do, right? There you go, Hustler Honey. I actually knew when I cut this one, I'm like, I hope she's watching the day that I run these ads because I know that she's gonna love that one. I mean, I do. Everybody would love that one, but just because it's such a wonderfully period specific ad. But I knew you specifically, Jill, would love it. So I'm glad you were around the day that I ran it because I literally this is the first day. That's a brand new ad for my stream today. Of course, you know, talking about brand new ads in the context of ads from the 60s and 70s is a little bit of a question mark, but you're very welcome, Hustler Honey. You're very welcome. I always aim to please. I'm pretty sure that's the original Dick Darren as well, right? That's not the replacement Darren. No, that was the replacement Darren, wasn't it? I can't remember which is which now. I'm sure you'll be able to. I'm sure you'll be able to tell me, Joe, which is which. Hello, Mav. Good to see you again. Welcome to the stream. It's a pretty quiet one today. I'm only playing one table at the moment, and I'm gonna finish the stream off when this table is done, I think. I haven't been sleeping great last little while. I'm not feeling great. I have to go do some grocery shopping later on as well, I think. So, you know, it's just one of those days. Get rid of the queen deuce. We are looking to cash in this one, though. We're 13 of 91. I think Reg is going to be closing in 3 minutes, so we're very close to the end of Reg on this one. So the final numbers are going to be in shortly. We're well past the guarantee on this one now. It's a €100 guarantee on this one. We're up to 123.50 guarantee now. So we're doing pretty well on this. We have the ace and the ace. We have the ace and the ace, everyone. So I think we're going to put in a raise with the ace and the ace. Pretty favorable flop for our hand, I'd have to say. What do y'all think? Pair of nines is the only thing we're really worried about at this point. was why I checked. I was kind of hoping something like that would happen. That was a rather fortuitous spot. Guess I can't say I was running badly there. Just flop the nuts. Put in a raise with my king queen. Gonna put in a bet now with my draw. We're getting the hands here in the black hole. I think delayed is the way to go on this one again. I was going to cut that back a little bit to a slightly smaller bet, but I just decided to go with half pot instead. Yeah, we're getting the cards. We're getting the cards in the black hole here all of a sudden. Mix it up a bit. Just going to see a flop here with this. There's 2 overcards against us and a pot size bet lead out from early position. Could be clubs some of the time, but we're not even that great against some of the club hands that he's got. So, of course, we would have turned the set, but looks like it was clubs too. That's probably the wrong fold to make. Now that I'm thinking about it, and not just because I'm being results oriented based on what came on the board. I mean, there's certainly some turn and river cards that I really don't like with my hand, but even without getting the 7, I think there's a lot of turn and river cards that I'm quite happy with there to continue calling his bluffing off, and of course he shuts down on that. It looks like he probably has the clubs. Yeah, it's probably the wrong fold, but oh well. What do you do? Sometimes you make the wrong decision, and you only realize it after the fact. Got to be active with our queens. I mean, we've been in a ton of pots, so we're going to be getting played back at a lot, I think. I think we just have to value bet our queens here. We can't assume he has a king. he shouldn't really assume we have a king either, but given our, given that we're the raiser, it's more likely in our range than his. We could hit the 10 as well. This would be a new tournament for me to win if I was to go on to win this one today. I've won 3 of the Nano tournaments so far. We took down the Comet Nano on stream the other day, Monday, I believe that was, for 14 odd euros. It was pretty nice. And I've previously won the Titan Nano and the Dark Matter Nano. And yes, I know that for sure today because I went back and I double checked, and it was definitely the Dark Matter Nano that I won. So I've won 2 of their freeze out Nano tournaments and 1 of their rebuy add-on Nano tournaments. This is hey Addy. This is probably bad form for a poker player to admit. I actually don't know if this one is an add-on tournament or not. I don't think it is, actually. I think this is just rebuys. Don't think this is an add-on. But I suppose we'll find out in a few minutes. No, it does not look like there's any add-ons because we don't have a break coming up. And if there was an add-on, we would have a break coming up. So we got the stack we got, and we're playing with it. Rebuy should be basically over at this point. One more minute where we can rebuy in the tournament, but late registration's been closed for this level. Yeah, I think you're probably right, Ant-Man. I mean, it's a tough spot there, and obviously the specific situation, I would have taken it, but I mean, I think that I'm probably, I think that yeah, it's hard to say. That's the sort of hand I could raise with on the button if I wanted to. But I've been like absurdly active for the last couple of orbits on this table, so I think I need to chill a little bit. I think I'm going to get played back out a lot, so if I'm playing with weak hands, I'm going to lose chips a lot, I think, at this stage. So I need to shift gears a little bit. Obviously can't give up any good value hands, but I can't be really stepping out too much, I don't think. It's kind of ironic when you get a run of cards like that, and not all of them get turned over. It ends up looking like you're bullying the table, even though you've just got a run of cards, right? So Aw, thank you. Aw, that's so sweet of you. Thank you so much, Hustler Honey. I so much appreciate that. Aw, that is so sweet. Hustler Honey with the donation. Thank you so much. Thank you so, so, so much. You are so sweet. Ace King v King Queen. And the King Queen is done for the day. We are beyond the late registration period, so 75 players remaining. 26 places taking home money out of this one. Got 156 is our min cash. And I'm sure we're only one bullet deep in this. Yes, we're only one bullet deep in this one, which is kind of surprising for us in the black hole, because we usually fire a couple of bullets wildly first before we build a stack in this one. In the early levels, because there's a lot of really spewy play in the early levels. You get 10,000 chips to start this tournament, if I'm not mistaken. It's either 8,000 or 10,000. Let me just verify here. Yeah, you get 10,000 chips to start this tournament, and the starting level is 1530. So you've got like 300 and some odd ridiculous big blinds. So that makes, especially at the nano levels, it makes people play a little crazy from time to time. So a lot of times I'm able to double up a stack really quickly early on from that play, but there's lots of other times where you're like, I got to call it off here, and they get there. So, you're so wonderful. You're so wonderful. I definitely thought of you when I was cutting that clip, though. I was like, I hope she's watching, because she's gonna love this. She's gonna love this commercial. And I love that I mean, it's a great commercial as well, right? It's not just cool because it's Bewitched and everything. They've got a product that fits perfectly with what was a running theme of the show, and it's genius work, actually, to be honest. It's rare that you hear somebody talk about genius work in advertising, but there's a lot of stuff that you think about it when it ties together like that. I mean, that's just great. How better to advertise this wonderful new oatmeal product that you can make in a magic amount of time, except by using, Samantha, right? It's really sort of genius level marketing, I think, and the way they put it together and the whole thing is just it fits so perfectly together. Oh, and the subscription by Elsa. Oh, nice. Thank you very much. You are my first subscription here on the Mothership. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that a great deal. Not least because it lets me see what happens in my stats when when somebody subs to me. I've only been like an affiliate for a couple of weeks, so it hasn't I haven't really had a ton of time to pound on the subs or anything. But yeah, no, it's kind of cool. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Oh, and a gifted sub. Sweet. Oh, you're so nice. You're so nice, Elly. So sweet to me, Elly. Thank you for stopping in today. Thank you for checking us out. Thank you for the subs. Thank you for the gifts. I don't even have any emotes to offer you guys yet. I haven't put my, I've got one emote slot for my, oh wow, and she's just throwing the gifts out. She's just throwing the gift subs out. Just, like Oprah style. It's like, you get a gift, and 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 you get a gift. It's like Oprah style, man. This is awesome. This is awesome. Cake is not keto. I'm sorry about that. Yes, I am terribly sorry about that. The cigarette ads I run wouldn't technically violate your keto diet, I don't think. I don't know if that's any consolation or not, but yeah, I mean, smoking wouldn't technically violate a keto diet, I don't think. You're not actually ingesting, you're not actually eating anything that's banned by the keto rules, I don't think. I mean, there's obviously other issues involved with deciding to become a smoker. It very much is a different world. I mean, it's interesting. My dad used to tell the story of being an overweight teenager in the 50s and having his doctor prescribe that he start smoking in order to lose weight. So, totally different world. Yeah, exactly. Smoking is keto. Smoking is keto. There may be other issues with smoking, but it is definitely keto. Els, no, I'm just gonna leave the sriracha part beside because I pronounce it very poorly, I'm sure. And we already have enough clips of me butchering various Belgium and Dutch names on this channel, so we don't need clips of me butchering your name as well. Although sriracha is how I would actually pronounce it, which is probably completely wrong, but that's how I've always. I'm not sure I've ever actually heard anybody else say it, though, to be honest. Yeah, you definitely need the emotes. I gotta find some emotes. Yes, I absolutely need a MotherShip emote. I've got a couple of ideas. Here's one of my problems. I'm waiting on some graphics for the sort of stream, for the new theme of the stream, and I'm not sure exactly when they're going to arrive. And I think that my emotes are going to come out of this new graphics pack that I get. I just have to figure out. I'll probably have more details Friday. I'm actually going to be seeing the girl who's designing them for me, and I'll be able to chat with her and find out what her progress is, and we'll be able to go from there. But I hope to have emotes added in soon. I think there's either a MotherShip emote is my first one, or a bankage emote will be my first one. It might be bankage because bankage has been one of the themes of this stream. But of course, we are the MotherShip Poker stream, so that may be what we have to go with. Put in a raise with my ace-9 of clubs. I think Zaborko is relatively active, but we've hit top 2, so we're pretty happy with our situation and our c-betting spot. That works pretty well, Mike, actually. I mean, hell, I probably even butcher your first name, Aaliyah. When I say Aaliyah, I'm probably even butchering the pronunciation of that, to be honest. But no, Moobot's a dirty motherfucker. He doesn't care if you swear or not. Moobot's down with that sort of language. Sriracha. Sriracha or Sriracha? Sriracha. Put in the raise with my ace queen. I actually went with Moobot because we got Night Shopper as one of our regulars in the channel, and people were complaining that they were talking to Nightbot instead of Night Shopper when they were typing, and you had to type like 6 letters to get to tag Night Shopper in the thing. And I remembered that I'd been using Moobot for a little while back in the day, and I looked at it, it's still running. So yeah, so we went to Moobot so people can talk with Night Shopper without talking to the bot. I actually think I like the interface of Moobot better as well, the back-end control interface. I mean, Nightbot isn't terrible, but it just, Moobot I found is more, I don't know, fits my style more, I guess. Bot's a bot for the most part. They do the same job, but basically. Exactly the same features, pretty much. Haven't tried the music integration yet with Moobot, but then, as you know, we don't really run music on the stream because I don't like my videos being muted for copyright purposes. Well, L is pronounced L, but I'm actually mixing in other names, and I probably shouldn't be doing that when we're on channel. But I think everybody knows who everybody is here. Well, yeah, Elly is, of course, Elly Alezra gets the reverse with everybody calling him Eli, which he hates. But Confirmed. Yes, confirmed. 100% confirmed. So 9 of 49. We got 23 to go to the money here in the black hole. This is the only tournament we're playing at the moment, so that's one of the reasons why we're doing a lot of chatting as well. And I'm going to be super daddy and fold this under the gun, I think. I mean, it is a 2-gapper, so you could, and it is suited, so, you know, and it is a queen. Pretty good flop for us had we gotten in the hand, but we're still actually not hitting anything really there. Sriracha. Okay, cool. Sriracha. Yeah, see, it's so much easier to say hi to Night Shopper now that Moobot is on my channel than it was before when Nightbot was on my channel. I have such a Canadian accent when I pronounce things. Even when I try to pronounce things properly, it just never really works because the Canadian accent just kind of destroys it, right? But what are you going to do? It's what happens when you're born and bred Albertan. Grade A Alberta beef, as I like to say. Aged 52 years. A little more heavily fat marbled than I would like to be as grade A prime Alberta beef, but you know, that's what happens when you get to be 53 years aged. Mr. Hensy Pensy, welcome, my friend. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for the follow, buddy. Good to see you. I appreciate you coming to check us out. We're only playing one game at the moment. We are currently only playing the black hole, where we're running pretty deep. We're doing okay. We're in a money spot. 18 to go to the money at this point. Had a really nice run of cards for a while where we were just able to sort of crush the table for an orbit or two. It's been pretty quiet since then. Cashed in one tournament so far today, but it was just a min cash, and I was in for 2 bullets, so it was just barely a cash. I made like 9 cents on that one. So going deep in this one would be nice to sort of pull the day out of a out of a negative, but hey, thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. It's been a fun ride so far. I've been pretty surprised at how well it's gone up until now. I've really only had one major downswing during this whole period. And otherwise, it's been pretty much up, 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 and I've been pretty surprised by that. Put in the raise with our suited ace here, but I appreciate all the support. It's been great to have everybody come by and check the thing out, and it's just been really fun to build a bankroll from zero and see how far I can run it up. Right? It's at this point, it's kind of a challenge. How far can I take it? How far can we go now? Can I have a reasonable supernova buying stack at some point from my free roll? Is that a possibility? Am I just crazy? I don't know. I mean, it's increasing. At the moment, we seem to have stalled a little bit at the 1-2 euro level. We're not cashing a ton at that level yet, but I think it's just a matter of adjusting our game from the Nano play into the slightly different level of play is all. And I mean, obviously, I'm always wanting to, the sort of ultimate goal of this is to win myself a ticket to one of the Unibet Opens, maybe London. We'll see if we get there or not. That's my next goal, of course, but who knows if we manage to bank the Saudis or not. I'm still not really at a bankroll level where I can buy into any of the bigger satellite, bigger qualifier tournaments directly, so I've got to be able to satellite into those. So yeah, I mean, but we'll see. That's still the ultimate goal, and the amount of money I make from bankroll is somewhat less significant to me. I had never intended this to be any sort of like a bank account or funds or anything that I was going to use. It was just sort of like a fun money play on the poker thing sort of thing. So I'm pretty happy to fire a lot of my bankroll at qualifier events and stuff like that as well, within reason, within my bankroll limits and stuff like that. So like I'm not going to fire a 25 euro buy-in with 150 euros in my bankroll. I might fire 2 euro buy-ins or maybe 5 euro buy-ins with 150 in my bankroll, right? Hey, Krypton. Good to see you, buddy. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Cool, Hansi. Sounds good. We'll let's meet on the final table, buddy. Let's do it on the final table. Got a raise with our sevens here. I will see you on the final table, buddy, because that's where I'm planning to go. That's where I'm planning to go. This would be my fourth Nano tournament. Fourth different Nano tournament that I've won if I won this one. We're still a ways from that, obviously, and we still have not the kind of stack that would necessarily win us the tournament, but we have a decent stack, and we're still happily playing it. That's sort of what I'm figuring out as well with tournaments, Hansi, especially if you're not dealing with, like, live tournaments are different because you have to deal with travel expenses and a ton of rake and stuff like that with regard to your expenses. But online, if you're playing a conservative bankroll management strategy, you should never go broke playing tournaments. because you're always adjusting up and down as your bankroll changes, and you're never buying into big enough tournaments so that a downswing will impact your bankroll to the point that you bust it. So I actually think if you're doing bankroll management properly, you may not make money at poker necessarily, but you'll never go broke if you're doing it, if you're doing bankroll management properly in tournaments. Ah, Friend Blues. Okay, cool. There you go. To my right. Gotcha. Yeah, Unibet London is end of May. Thank you, El. I appreciate that. We're looking forward. I'm pretty confident that I'm pretty confident I'll win one of the tickets to one of the Unibet Opens in 2019. I don't know for sure if it's going to be London or not, but I'm confident that by the time 2019 is done, I'll certainly made it to one of the €250 finals, and I think I'll have won myself a package. But we'll see how it goes. But I'm pretty confident that sometime this year I'll manage to pull myself a package. Yeah, I mean it's I see a lot of people that are like, well, I'm going to put $10 in and run it up, or I'm going to put $25 in and run it up in micros, or I'm going to put $100 in and run it up in the in the one and two. But you actually rarely see somebody who's actually starting from an absolute zero and playing in free roll events where you're getting 2-cent bounties to build your initial bankroll up, to play in 5-cent nano size events and things like that. And that's literally how this all started. So yeah. And it's only been like 4 months, 3.5 months. November 27th is when I created my account. And we've done €150 since then. Yeah, 3-minute delay, Hansi. We're on a 3-minute delay. And yeah, I agree with you, Night Shopper. I think the progression is good. And I think once you figure out how to adjust to moving up into the new levels, and I don't think I've fully adjusted to the €1 and €2 singularities yet. I still think I'm busting those too often. But yeah, so I do think that Unibet is, and frankly, this is the first time I've actually been on a poker site where I've been able to sort of work it this way. It may also be because it's one of the first times I've been very rigorous about it. A lot of other times I'd be playing at the micro stakes and I go, oh, I just want to take some shots at like the, at 10 times the buy-in level or whatever. Just to try to make the extra money. Whereas this time I've been very rigorous about I'm not really, I obviously want to make lots of money, but I'm not really trying to win a big score right away. I'm trying to build my bankroll up gradually and trying to do it in a methodical way. It should be 3 minutes. My my delay says 180 seconds on my OBS, so it should be 3 minutes. Oh, geez, yeah. Yeah, this one. Yeah, that's true, Ant-Man. There's a point at which you can no longer keep buying in, for sure. So it's, I mean, it's not never go broke. It's most likely never go broke, I guess would be the way to put it. Um, you know, but yeah, I mean, at any level, I mean, at this level, if I'm playing with 150 buy-ins, €1 tournaments with 150 buy-ins, in theory, I could bust 150 tournaments in a row, right? And that's not even necessarily saying I'm a bad poker player, although that would be a ridiculously absurd bad run of luck. It's not impossible by any stretch of the imagination, right? I think that's good conservative strategy, Krypton. Or even twice that, as Hensey says. The you can go less, you can go more aggressive than that if you want, but you have to be prepared to be willing to reload. I'm running this free roll challenge on between 30 and 50 buy-ins. So at this point, I'm actually looking at €2 and €3 buy-in tournaments based on my bankroll, which I'm not doing very well in, and my bankroll is going down, so I'm dropping tournaments and it's coming back up again. So we'll see how that adjusts at the moment. But yeah, so I'm basically going 30 to 50 buy-ins. But I also recognize that I'm only doing that because it's free money for me at this point, right? I haven't sunk any of my own cash into this. It's only the time I'm spending playing is the only investment I've made in this. So I don't really care if I go. I mean, I care, but I don't really care if I go bust, if that makes sense, right? Because it's not like I'm going bust. It's like okay, the free money that I racked up here is gone. Oh well. See ya, Hustler. Thank you for coming by. Thank you so much for the tip. Mwah. You're wonderful. You're wonderful. You're wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much for the tip. You are such a sweetie. And Elle, of course, is wonderful for dropping subs on the channel. That's amazing. Nice one, MVE. Go for it, buddy. Take her down. I wish somebody should sponsor me. Actually, hey, folks at Drag, if you want to send me a vape that isn't beat the shit, and I'll make sure I show the logo prominently on stream every once in a while. I'd be happy to take it. Another break coming up. Got more ads running for you. This will be another new set. Actually, don't even know what's on this. What's going to be on this set? Yeah, absolutely, Hansi. No, you're right. I mean, there's definitely time invested in it and stuff like that. So obviously, and there's pride. There's pride invested in this bankroll now. I mean, it matters to me that I was able to run this up, and it will be kind of embarrassing to me if I end up busting it at some point down the road. But I'm also not looking at it as, oh, maybe I can start, pulling some money every month out of this to live on or whatever. I'm not looking at it, at least not at this stage, at that level of in any way. I'm not even trying to make it be that. I'm still trying to basically make it all be a poker bankroll and nothing else. So. Well, no, it's kind of in the middle of the day, so I don't actually drink. I don't actually drink during the day. Alrighty, we're going to head off for a break and another set of commercials. So we'll see you back in a few minutes.
It's free. Yes, for the coupon inside these special packages of Betty Crocker Cake Mix, you get one package of Lipton's Frosty Dessert Mix, chocolate or vanilla flavor. Remember, if you like ice cream, you love Lipton Frosty. It's so easy to make. Wholesome fresh milk is all you add for that real old-fashioned homemade goodness. It only takes 5 minutes of your time. Your refrigerator does the rest. Yes, you can get a full-size package of Lipton Frosty free with this coupon that you'll find in this special package of Betty Crocker Cake Mix. This is the new Betty Crocker Cake Mix. Smoother batter with easier beating. New directions, too. Just 2 simple steps. And of course, you'll get a cake with that real homemade goodness because you add the eggs. Try serving a cake like this with Frosty. You can get a full package of Lipton's Frosty free for the coupon inside this package of Betty Crocker Cake Mix.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Ed Hurley, and I have some wonderful news for you. Reader's Digest reports that new Colgate Dental Cream with miracle anti-enzyme ingredient Garnol is the only toothpaste with clinical proof of its effectiveness in actually reducing the formation of new cavities. Now, here's the reason, as Reader's Digest reports it. The most effective anti-enzyme toothpaste ingredient tested is Colgate's Garnol, known as sodium and lauryl sarcosinate. One of the foremost dental authorities proved this new Colgate discovery continues to guard against decay-causing enzymes even 12 hours after brushing. That is why, in full-year clinical tests supervised by leading dental authorities, 4 out of 5 who used new Colgates with Garnol just morning and night developed no new cavities whatever. Yes, Reader's Digest reports it. New Colgate Dental Cream with Garnol is the only toothpaste with clinical proof of its effectiveness in actually reducing the formation of new cavities.
The dessert that never stops being different. It's a pudding. It's a pie. It's Jell-O pudding and pie filling. The start of dozens of desserts of your own creation. Here's a lemon meringue pudding, elegant to see and with the same grand flavor you get in lemon meringue pie. Easy directions for making lemon meringue pudding are on the back of the package. After adding sugar, water, and egg yolks to Jell-O lemon pudding, bring it to a rich, bubbling boil. It's fragrant with cooked-in lemon goodness. Then beat up 2 egg whites until foamy, add sugar, and beat until peaks form. Now, very slowly, fold in the hot lemon pudding mixture. Lemon meringue pudding, a new, glamorous, exciting dessert. Your family will enjoy the creamy smoothness of all 5 flavors. You'll think of dozens of new ways to serve Jell-O pudding and pie filling.
the dessert that never stops being different.
Does she or doesn't she? Does she or doesn't she?
In the softest candlelight or brightest party lights, hair color by Miss Clairol looks so natural, only her hairdresser knows for sure. Why not have a heart-to-heart talk with your own mirror right now? You simply can't look fresh and vital if your hair looks dull and faded like this. And graying strands do add years to one's looks, as anyone can see. Miss Clairol adds clear, shining color quickly and easily. And that isn't all. See how Miss Clairol beauty treats the texture. If you could actually touch this silky hair, see its glowing color, you'd wonder,
does she or doesn't she?
So why hesitate about your hair? More women use Miss Clairol than any other hair coloring, because Miss Clairol adds color that looks so natural, only your hairdresser knows for sure. Try it. You'll love it.
And we're back. Once again, 9 players to go until we're in the money here in the Black Hole Nano. 156 for the min cash. $30 up top though. That'd be a nice little bank for us today. Nice night, Chopper. Good job, buddy. Yeah. Yeah, I know all the milestones I've got to in my bankroll have been. I mean, I haven't obviously hit any of the 1Ks or the 10Ks, but it's definitely it definitely feels good when you hit those milestones. You know, when I cracked 100 euros for the first time, it was really nice. Cracking 50 euros for the first time. Remember, I was super excited when I hit 20 euros for the first time. Yeah, so yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. We got some work to do to make a profit for today, though. I think we got to go pretty deep in this one to get. Looks like we need 4 euros. So yeah, we're gonna need to get like 7th to actually make a profit for the day if we want. But you know, that's the way it goes. I rarely one table as well, Hansi. I'm usually I've usually got 3 or 4 tables running when I stream. But today I was just feeling a little tired, and I'm not quite up to my usual speed, so I decided to cut back a little bit and only play a couple of tables. So we were playing 2 or 3 earlier, and I just busted out of one of them before you came on stream, and so we're just down to 1, and I'll be shutting down after we're done in this one, I think. Yeah, the women's cosmetic and hair ads are pretty bizarre from that time period as well, I find. Being that I'm kind of in advertising and marketing now, sort of why I'm interested in this. Although even before, I mean, I've always sort of had a fascination with advertising and marketing, not so much from the perspective that, you know, it sold me a bunch of stuff, but I've always been fascinated with kind of psychology behind how they put ads together and, you know, stuff like that. So that's the reason I run these old ads during commercials, is it's just kind of a look at history, I look at the way certain attitudes were at a certain time, a look at the things that we valued in a commercial sense. So Ace Jack here in the small blind against Hensey, who's put in the raise from the button. We're going to call, see what happens on the flop. I think we're pretty happy with this flop. We got top pair, we got a draw, we got the second top pair, assuming that there's no ace queen, ace 10 out there. So yeah, I think we're going to go, and we've also got the backdoor clubs, so I think we're pretty happy with this spot. We want to value now. I think we're going to keep valuing. I don't think he has to have clubs. Bankage. We got the value. We got the value. Nice one, Night Shopper. Good job. Good job, buddy. Well done. Well done. With any luck, we'll pull our day out of the garbage here with a deep run in the black hole here. I'm going to do a delayed on this one. We've turned the heart draw, so I think we're not going anywhere. I suppose I could have raised on that. Maybe raise would have been the best move on that turn rather than just calling, because it puts me in this rather rough spot here, whether I just call off with king high, which is probably never good. Yeah, probably should put in. I should probably, if I'm going to continue on the turn there, I should probably put in a raise. I should be raising or folding that turn. Oh well. I haven't had much luck in the sit and goes. I'm not that fond of the 5-seat format. I kind of wish there was 9-seat sit and goes here, to be honest. 5 seems like a really weird number for sit and goes, but it's just me. Guess we should be playing our 4-8 here, eh? Under the gun. We got the nut low. We got the nut low on the big blind. Getting close to the money now. Well, still a ways off, 7 to go, but we're getting there. Go for it, MVE. If anyone knows how to grind a small stack into the money, it's you, buddy. You're doing that pretty much every day when you come on my stream to chat with us, so go for it. I think actually with Piano Cat's Darth Vapor comment, I really do think I need to actually find myself a Darth Vader mask to wear on stream from time to time. I know it's been done by Xflix, I think, at least, if not other people, but I still think it would be with my added vape noises. I think it's entirely apropos for, and with our mothership and sci-fi themed poker site. I think it's entirely apropos, so I may have to look for a Darth Vader mask. Yeah, we'll get rid of the king 4, I think. Should have probably raised that on the button, but I have to admit I was kind of distracted on another screen. We turn the wheel, draw to the 4, but it's just a gut shot. Yeah, we played this hand horribly. Played that hand horribly. Nice one, Hansi. River's kind of gross for you on this one, Hansi. And his sizing is tough as well because he's basically sizing that to put you all in, which looks very bluffy, but of course that also makes it seem very value-y too, right? So it's hard to... Yeah, it's a tough fold. I think it's got to be a fold, but it's not an easy fold to make, and that's a really good fold. I think that's a really good fold. Yeah, no, I got out of the way really quick. I'm not going to call off with Jack 10. Yeah, so pre-flop action there was limps, and I checked the option. We checked around to Popo on the button on the flop, and he put in a bet. Hence he calls, and so did Zaborko. There's 4-spade turn, checks, Popo bets, call from Hensey, and Zaborko gets out of the way on the turn, and then the 5-spade river, check, bet, fold, which is, we think, is almost certainly the right fold. I think he's going to have spades there a lot. I think he's going to have hands like... Yeah, I mean, I just don't think there's enough that you beat there that he's bluffing on that spot necessarily. So, yeah, I think it's a good fold. Nice one, Addy. Go for it. Take it down. Yeah, I think at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to. Hansi, he's just doesn't have enough bluffs there. The limp pre-flop makes it a little bit questionable about what he's got there, but there's enough. You've sort of got the nut low 2-pair hand in many ways at that point. So, there's really very little that he's valuing there that you're ahead of, and a lot of the bluffs that he would have got there. So. And yeah, I mean, we're 5 away from the money, so it's not the sort of spot where you want to necessarily be calling off your stack. It's the sort of spot where you want to be doing that sort of thing and shoving, I think. So. I figured you probably would have. That's why I got out of the way. It's the sort of hand I don't mind calling with sometimes if I think the person's on a big pair. But yeah, I mean, you obviously want to call there for my Jack 10 100% of the time, right? See you later, Night Shopper. Thanks for dropping by as usual. I'm only going to be on as long as this tournament lasts, so you have a good night, and we will catch you again soon. I'm probably probably not back on Friday this week because I'm actually going to Lethbridge for work on Friday, so I probably won't be streaming, but I will be back on Saturday, I think. I'm not sure when I'll be back. I might stream tomorrow too. Maybe I'll go head to head with Ian tomorrow and stream with no viewers while he gets all my viewers or all the viewers. But yeah, I won't be able to stream on Friday, and I might stream on Saturday, but I will watch my Twitter on Friday night for me, actually, which I guess will be sort of Saturday morning-ish for you guys. I am actually playing live poker Friday night at a home game that my office puts on once a month. So I'll post some pictures of our home game from there. So one of these days I want to Twitch stream the home game as well. We got to get our setup sorted out a little bit better there. But yeah, one of these days I want to Twitch stream IRL poker, our live home game from the office. Yeah, I mean, I think you've definitely got a good chance of cashing in this one now. We're 4 away from the money. I'm sure you're in one of the cashing spots now. So I think, yeah, I mean, I think it's you're in pretty good shape. You're just outside the cashing spots, I guess, but still, I think you're okay. These tournaments are pretty spewy too. I don't know how much you play at this level. I think you play a little higher than this usually, right? They're pretty spewy. Things are pretty spewy down here at times, as you've seen. So it's a little bit tricky to work out where you are sometimes, but I think in early spots and non-ICM spots, you can take a lot more risk, and with that. But when you're in this sort of a spot, I think you've got to be a little bit more conscious of your stack preservation, I think. Nice, Addy. Keep going, buddy. Keep crawling up that ladder. I mean, it's a great feeling when you're crushing a poker tournament and you're just going gangbusters and winning every pot and taking all the chips, and you're the chip leader, and that's always a great feeling. But it's a pretty darn good feeling when you manage to slide into a min cash when you had no business doing that because of other people around you being silly, that's actually a pretty darn good feeling too, I find. So when you just sort of hang out, know what you're doing, play the hands that you need to play, and put the pressure on when you need to put the pressure on. That's almost as good of a feeling as crushing the whole thing. Spin it up. Run it up, buddy. Run it up. Oh, excuse me. Oh, see, yeah, I'm tired today. I am, hopefully I get some sleep tonight. Here I was going to come on for a short, slow stream, and we're still five hours deep into our stream today, so yeah, best laid plans. What are you going to do? I'm cashing tournaments, so good luck, MVE. Do it good. Yeah, exactly. I mean, Spewy's good when you're paying attention and you know what's going on. It's always nice when someone spews off the chips to you, and it happens an absurd amount of the time in these tournaments. I mean, the number of times I back into the cash in these Nano tournaments and then run my stack up and go deep for a reasonably significant cash, it's quite astonishing, actually. When I really have no business actually being the person in the cash, other stacks of bigger stacks have gone out ahead of me just because they've taken risks that they had no business, no reason to take. You know. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. And he's 300K now, for the record. He's 311K now. Speaking of spewy, he's one of those guys that is definitely spewy, but he's just hitting them today is all. Welcome to the stream, everyone. Just kind of winding things down for the day. I'm in my last tournament of the day here. We're coming up on the money bubble in 4 eliminations. 26 people getting paid in this one. We are 14th out of 30 at the moment. Darth Vapor is in the house. I like that. I like that name actually. I might have to accept that Piano Cat has come up with the perfect name for me on here. Darth Vapor. These bubbles can be Nice one, MVE. Good job. Good job. Now run it up. Spin that baby up. I put out a bet here with my second pair. That's where you get a lot of callers with our second pair bet. So hearts and king 10 are the hands we're a little worried about at this point, but yeah, I probably should have bet there. No longer worried about anything except for ace, jack, or a pair of queens. Of course, we were worried about those last hand as well, but I think we're just value betting our hand here. Yeah, it's quite a nice buy-in, or quite a nice prize up top. And that's not even based on overlay either. That's the prize. That's the natural prize based on the prize pool, because we got way over the guarantee in this one today. That's right, everybody does. I've had my share of them here on Unibet. I can't complain. I cannot complain. So far, haven't really been hit by a serious downswing yet. We had a reasonably serious one last week that we dropped about a quarter of a bankroll last week, playing a bunch of stuff. But it wasn't super long, and it was only a quarter, and then we banked it right back pretty quick over the weekend. So aces v ace king and aces doubles. We are 2 away from the money now. I like it. I like hang on Elron as well. I do like hang on Elron as well, I must admit. So Zaborko and Yoki are going to be facing a lot of pressure from Serguan over the next little while, I think. And I'm guessing Hensey's going to be facing some pressure as well. I'm kind of in the wrong spot on the table to be putting pressure on those guys, although I can some of the time. My job is to put pressure on Elka. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it was. So you're right. I don't think he ever has those hands. And I'm not really particularly worried about them, but I was a little worried about random hearts on that hand. Yeah, ace jack and queen queen are the only two hands at that point, and then of course the straight flush. But you're never really putting anybody on the straight flush there, right? I think my main concern up until the river would have been the random hearts that came out. We'd be there with the if we raised our 10-8 suited under the gun, we'd have been in there with the flush draw. It's a tough spot for Hensey. I think you're folding a lot of hands there as a preservation move. Yeah, as a bit of pot control, I didn't necessarily need to get super crazy sizing in that pot. I thought that the turn check was a little weak, maybe, and might give him the opportunity to bluff me off the pot if he decided to. And that was sort of my concern with it once I clicked the check button. But I do like the idea that it doesn't bloat the pot up a huge amount. I bet my top pair here, I think. And I think we're going to bet enough to put Yoki all in. Still think that was the right play there. He absolutely doesn't have to have jacks in that spot to be doing that, I don't think. I mean, if he hits either the 6 or the 3 with his stack, I think he's doing the same. He's doing the same thing. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe I overplayed my top pair there. Let me know what you think. The top pair, backdoor clubs. We are on the stone money bubble now, so I'm not going to go hyper crazy with this hand. But we still have top pair. And now we have top trips. So I don't think we're going anywhere ever here. And if he's got the better king, we're just losing 14,000 chips, because I don't think we're ever raising here either, are we? I don't think we get called by worse on this board. So I think we're just calling behind. It's been that kind of day, guys. That's a good fold for ace king, I think. I mean, I'm probably not calling you there with my queen 8, but you honestly don't know what people are going to do. So yeah, this hand that's on now, yeah, raise pre, I think, Ant-Man, you're right, I think. And I probably shouldn't bet the turn here, right? I probably should check the turn. This one kind of hurt. Yeah, it kind of did feel like an overpair a little bit, but and I guess even if he's hit the 9, he's probably hit it with a king or an ace kicker, so he's better than me at that point. So this was another gross one. That's my king jack hand now that's on the screen. And king 4 I'm going to get out of the way with. What'd you end up with for your cash, Ant-Man or Addy? Sorry, what'd you end up with for cash? Good game, Hansy. Well done. Well done getting in the min cash on that one. Now it's time for me to run this puppy up. Didn't even notice that we'd gotten into money a while back on the black hole. We are there now. We are in the money. I've only got about 10 big blinds, so my 12, so my options are pretty limited for how I play. Nice one, MVE. Take it down. Keep running. Take it down. That was sort of how I felt the other day in the comment. I was just like, how is this happening? How is this continuing to happen? How is my stack not getting decimated by somebody sucking out on me? How is, how am I continuing to actually hold? How am I continuing to get dirty, filthy hands and win out? I was it was exactly how I was feeling in the comment when I won it. I came second in the Gargle Blaster the first time I ever played it. Gargle Blaster Nano, that is. The first time I ever played it. And every other time I've tried to play it after that, I've just fired, busted horribly in it. And it was just no fun after that. Nice one, Addy. Very nice. Very nice. I shall do my best to avenge you, Hansi. Shoving the A6. We get there, and we hold. That gives me a little bit more breathing room. I'm still got less than a 20 big blind stack, though, so I'm still probably shove or fold. Yeah. Yeah, Moobot is, yeah, I probably do need to relax Moobot just a touch. I think when I changed from Nightbot to Moobot after I relaxed the Nightbot settings, I don't think I went back in and relaxed all the Moobot settings, so I'll have to go look at that at some point. I think I should have to try. I think I could designate people to. Have you ever worked with Moobot, Piano Cat? Do you do any of the bot work, or are you mostly a chat moderator? I don't know. I'm actually not sure if you do any of the bot work in the background. And I know NMP fan does a lot of it for Ian. I'm not sure how much you do in the bot work, but I think I can activate you to have permission, or any of my mods to have permission to manipulate the Moobot page as well. Probably should be folding, something like that. I'm sure you can do it. I'm sure you can do it. MVE, I am sure you can do it. I want to try to get tricky with 10s. No, I don't think I do. I think I just want to shove them. Yeah, it's funny how poker works that way. Some days it just works for you. I mean, the timing to illustrate this point could not have been better, frankly. We flopped pretty good on this hand, and people are betting into us. Still, final table, it's good cash for you there. I could just call there, but then I check. I have to decide whether I check or fire the river at that point, and if I check, he checks. So I think my chance to get value on that hand is to raise the turn. But I'm not 100% certain, but I think that was the best place to try to get value. Yeah, I sort of thought she was. I will at some point go ahead and grant access to Piano Cat. Yeah, MooBot and Nightbot are pretty much exactly the same. The interface is slightly different, but I think that MooBot's a little bit easier to figure out to figure out what's going on when you first sit down and look at it, maybe even anyways. But it's the same sort of thing. You know, I think instead of custom and default commands, you have custom and unique commands here. Timers, aliases, yeah. So it's all pretty easy. So I do think there is. I'll have to have a look. I'm not sure exactly where the option is, but I know there's a way to add somebody else to be able to manage my MooBot as well. Yeah, absolutely, MVE. That'll be good. Oh wow. Oh wow. Dr. Deepstack just shoves 22 big blinds, and we got Ace Queen. We're just sitting here with Ace Queen in the big blind. Oh, that feels like it's a weak fold, but we would have got there, but I don't necessarily. Oh no, we wouldn't. The diamond to get there. Hey, Daddy. We'll see you. See you again, man. Thanks for coming. Yeah, timing, right? I mean, yeah, the timing on that hand was sometimes. Some days it just works. The timing. Some days it's just all working for you. Zabroko is done. So we are down to 18 players remaining now. 3 tables of 6. Yeah, I think you're right on that one, Ant-Man. That's why I did it. I think that's where I get my draws for or my value from if I ever get it. Alrighty, so we're going to head off to the break now. I need to add one more ad on here for you.
Dickie, are you in the kitchen? Mustn't touch the cake I just baked.
Well, Mother, after all, no one really can resist a rich, moist cake made with a Betty Crocker cake mix. It's got that special homemade goodness, just begging to be eaten. Boy, I'd grab a slice of it, too. It's just as fluffy and moist as the cakes Betty Crocker and her staff make. In fact, Betty Crocker white cake mix is a favorite Betty Crocker recipe, already measured and blended. It contains famous soft-as-silk cake flour and premium cake shortening. All you have to do is add water and fresh eggs, and you get a fine, snowy white cake. A great big cake, too. In fact, 9 out of 10 homemakers in recent tests said Betty Crocker cake mixes with fresh eggs gave them bigger, taller cakes than the other cake mixes they tested. Betty Crocker cake mixes give you a full 1.25 pounds of cake mix. That's more than any other nationally sold cake mix. And remember, those fresh eggs added to Betty Crocker cake mixes help give that special homemade goodness. Try Betty Crocker cake mixes and always make big, moist, fresh egg cakes.
Be with us again next week when General Mills presents June and Stu Irwin in Trouble with Father.
Radiantly alive. When your hair looks radiantly alive, then you feel radiantly alive. Thanks to Prel, Liquid Prel, the extra rich shampoo.
There's no other shampoo like Liquid Prel. Liquid Prel is extra rich. That's why it leaves your hair looking radiantly alive. How gloriously different Liquid Prel is from thin, watery, and wasteful shampoos, or thick, sticky ones that can actually dull your hair. Wonderfully different Liquid Prel is extra rich. Every emerald green drop bursts into luxuriously rich lather that leaves your hair looking radiantly alive, and you feel so radiantly alive.
Thanks to Prel, Liquid Prel, the extra rich shampoo.
And you certainly are lovely, Trudy.
Looks like Mrs. Brady's getting acquainted with her new neighbor. Let's look over the back fence and see how things are going.
Hello there. I've been meaning to come over and introduce myself. I'm Jane Brady.
You couldn't have picked a better time to be neighborly. I'm so discouraged about my wash. Yours looks so much brighter and cleaner than mine. How on earth do you do it?
Well, I had the same trouble before I found out about that wonderful new Fab. You know, Fab whitens as it washes and without bleaching. In fact, Fab gets my clothes whiter without bleaching than any other product I ever heard of with bleach in the wash water.
I took Mrs. Brady's advice, and this time used Fab. What a difference. Now my clothes are really white, a livelier white, and so clean. They smell fresh and sweet.
Yes, Fab washes cleaner than any soap in the world, in the hardest water. Gets out dirt, leaves no dulling soap scum. Fab brightens washable colors, and it's wonderfully mild to hands.
Well, it looks as if Mrs. Brady has made a new friend. And another new customer for Fab.
Yes, more and more in every store. The folks all grab for Fab.
And we're back. We are back. 12 of 18 in the Black Hole Nano. In the money, guaranteed 163. You think I should be calling with ace queen there? Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, it was tough. No HUDs on Unibet at all. Couple of reasons for that. It's obviously one of their core missions is to be a recreational poker site. So they specifically don't allow HUDs for that reason. But HUDs would actually be somewhat useless because I can change my identity whenever the hell I want. So there'd be no way to actually track a player from tournament to tournament. It might be useful within specific sessions, but the next time you sat down at a table, you wouldn't know who the person was necessarily across from you. So we do sort of have the nut nothing here. Yeah, we'll save it for another time. I have been known to make cake from time to time, always from a cake mix, if it happens. More often I buy cake and just do that. Let's shove the king 10 here, I think. So our payouts now are 163. There's a weird increase. So 18 and 17 get paid 163. At 16, there's a weird increase to 164. Don't really get why they do that, but whatever. Then at 15, it's 179 through 12th place, and then 11th and 10th, they're 199. Top 9 starts out at 252, 342 for 8th, 458 for 7th, 629 for 6th, 855 for 5th, 1157 for 4th, 1573 for 3rd, 2154 for 2nd, €30 and 14 cents for first. That's a 60 buy-in return on this tournament. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. That ad with the fab and the nosy cop, I also can't help thinking from my perspective, I can't imagine ever going up to somebody and introducing myself as Mr. Bateman. Certainly not my neighbor. Yeah, I would introduce myself as Lyle, right? I mean, you don't, it's not, I don't know, it's weird. I've always found that formality with last names, Mr. Bateman, whatever, it doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. I've always just been Lyle, so I don't really see any reason why there's a context where I need to be Mr. Bateman. Frankly, I don't know, it's weird. So when she goes over and introduces herself as Mrs. Brady to her neighbor, I'm like, really? You don't introduce yourself as Helen or whatever your first name is? I don't know. Of course, that was back in the day when she would have been addressed on formal invitations as Mrs. John Brady, right? So, we folded the flush here. Oh, we folded the worst flush here, so we're happy because we would have been busted. Board reading skills, Lyle. Board reading skills. Here we are for our I'm tired, let's just have a short low-key stream. Here we are coming up on our 6-hour mark, going deep in our final tournament. So, you know, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? What you're going to do is take this puppy down. Add €30 to the bankroll and go for another new bankroll high. I should obviously be playing any 2 at this point. I just would have flopped 2 pair here. Of course, that's what we thought last hand with our flush draw. And we know that would have got stomped on. So maybe there's just a queen 10 out here and we're getting stomped on with this hand as well. We'll see. Not that we're even in the pot, so I mean, we shouldn't even be talking about it, but... Six deuce, we're definitely not going to play in this spot. Down to 15 remaining, by the way. We're up to 179 for our guaranteed cash now. Ace Jack under the gun is... Let's, Mr. Dealer, put all of our chips in the middle, please. Any of you other fine people at this table want to play with me, you'll have to match all of my chips. Flush draw. With limpy checky preflop, there's probably no aces out there, so I probably take this pot down with a bet a lot. Sorry, Al. I actually, in a lot of these commercial sets, I don't actually even know what's in them. Except in a general sense, because I know what the, sorry, I'm just thinking about this pair of sevens here. I would obviously have been shoving this over limps, but I think when Suck Dick puts in the raise here, I'm probably not in great shape, and certainly when the ace comes on this board, I think I'm going to be in rough shape a lot of the time. I think if I reshove with those sevens, it gets through some of the time as well, but I really do think I played with Suck Dick a little bit in the last few days as well, so I do know his tendencies somewhat. He is a little bit spewy, but in a move like that, he's generally got the goods from what I can recall, to some degree or another. He's not like spewing that off with Jack 4 kind of situation. He's putting in that raise there with a reasonably strong hand like an ace X or king queens, that sort of thing, right? I think that sevens might have been a missed opportunity, but so our next level up is 11th spot, where we will level up to 199. Yeah, we level up to 199 at 11th. So we still need to go quite deep here to actually pull a profit on the day. We're down about €3 right now. 4 euros actually, close to 4 euros in buy-in. So we need to get at least 8th, I think, to actually pull a profit for today. It's not always cake. It's not always cake. It has always been cake today since you've been here. But ask the other people. It's not always cake. There's actually very little cake in my commercials, to be honest. Yeah, I think you're right. Probably, like I say, I think that was potentially a missed opportunity. So yeah, I think that was a missed opportunity. I definitely was shoving over limps there. I think something about his raise just kind of hit me the wrong way there, though. This is a reshove to any raise. Wow, we get a walk. We get a walk. We're definitely putting in the reshove here. I mean, I think that the under the gun raise at this point out of his stack size is probably fairly strong, so we could just be dead to queens, kings, or aces here. But I also think there's ace, king, ace, queen, other aces, lower pairs in his range for this as well. Sweet! Binkage! Jack on the river. Jack on the river. There we go. There we go. We're running this baby up. It's funny, too, in poker how, I mean, I think you guys are right. I think that 7 spot was a missed opportunity for me. It was a spot where I should have shoved and I should have busted this tournament. Should, in quotation marks, as the proper poker play in that moment on that particular hand. Now, as we look in the long run, folding the 7s there so I get to my jack's hand and pull in a big double on the jack's hand, maybe the way to go. I mean, who knows what would have happened with the 7s? Maybe I bink out a 7 on the turn of the river. Maybe he doesn't have an ace. Maybe he's just putting it on there. But it's weird how things work in poker, where you can make the wrong decision and it actually ends up. You can make the wrong decision and it actually ends up being the right decision, based on that specific instance. And, you know, it's really weird. And it's still the wrong decision, even though it's the right decision in that instance. And, right? It can really do your head in sometimes with poker that way. The right decision is sometimes the wrong decision, and the wrong decision is sometimes the right decision, and sometimes the wrong decision is both the wrong decision and the right decision. Yeah, no, you run totally bad as far as the cake ads go, because I really do not have one cake ad or 2 cake ads per segment normally. I would have to say, and thank you for the card check. I'm about half of my avatars are somewhat female centric. Tangilly, I think you've seen Tangilly as well as card check, and then there's Flush Puppy, who has a somewhat female-looking fox-like avatar attached to her. But then I have some generic ones as well, and I have one generic one and one more male one that I haven't played on stream yet. So. I don't really notice. I don't know. Maybe people don't believe I'm a female when I'm playing these female type avatars and names, but I don't really notice a difference in the way people play against me when I'm playing a female-like avatar versus a male-like avatar. Very nice river. Very nice river. I mean, I think I'm pretty happy to race in that spot. Probably just as happy as I would have been with the 7s. Maybe a little happier because it's a stronger hand, but so yeah, I do think one of my biggest leaks, and it's changing as I'm playing on here, but I think one of my biggest leaks still is the fact that I'm not willing to put my chips at risk enough. The 7s hand is a perfect example where I'm like, I don't really need to put my chips at risk here, so I can just fold and keep my stack and play on and go again. And I think that gets me a lot more min caches than other people would get, but I also think it means I miss out on the big prizes more than other people would. So that's definitely a part of my game that I need to work on, I think. So we're down to 13 remaining now. Ace 7 against 10 big blinds. Even, I think, given that we think he's a little tilty against us. No, not A7. Not A7. Even given that I think he's a little tilty against us specifically, he's far enough away from us that he can't really be shoving super light against us just because he's tilty, because he's got to get through the other stacks. So I got to put him on something. I got to put him on something there. Yeah, 10 Jilly's one of my favorites. She's by far won me the most money on Unibet. I mean, it's just I don't think it has anything to do with the avatar. Be kind of silly for me to think it had something to do with the avatar, but by far, when I've had my both days that I've had my massive scores of 50 euros ish. Can I call here with the nothing? Probably not. But yeah, both of the days I've had major scores, I've been playing as 10 Jilly. So she's by far my most profitable avatar at this point. And I just really I really think it's, if I do say so myself, it was a very clever little name to come up with. Yeah, for sure. No, that's true, Ant-Man. That's a good point to make. I'm going to raise with our ace king here. A little surprised we didn't get action from Suckdick, to be honest. And yes, I'm just going to continue saying his name completely without any reference to the really juvenile joke that he's trying to obviously get across. Although I've just made reference to it now, but that's the only reference I will make to it from here on out. But yes, I'm well aware of it. Thank you so much for coming by, Elle. Thank you so much for the Oprah-like gift sub throwing you were doing earlier today. That was lovely of you. It's always great to see you. Let me know when you're back in Calgary, and I will try to get into town, and we'll get together and do lunch or something. You can take me and show me what real Indian food is like. How's that for a day? So let me know when you're back, and we'll go from there. Thanks for coming. Yeah, people will raise fold to the shoves in a lot of cases. Obviously things like the ace kings and stuff aren't gonna get out of the way as much. But yeah. So I think it's still a missed opportunity, and I think even, like I say, even looking at the run out of this tournament, that's a sample size of one, and you're looking at results oriented thinking by that way. And you can't do that. You still have to go back and look at that 7 spot in isolation and say it was a missed opportunity where I could have potentially gotten a big double up or just pulled in some free chips without showdown. A6 is a bit too weak to be doing a 4x raise from. Get rid of the king 5. King 10 under the gun. A little harder to get rid of, but I still think I probably should in this scenario. Looks like I would have been facing a shove. I mean, I don't know for sure that he shoves when I come into the pot, but the way he shoved, I don't think he was waiting to see other action. He was ready to shove those chips in the middle. It's actually the sort of hand I could have fired out on as a big blind in a lot of cases, but okay, yeah, for sure. Let me know. Let me know when you're back in town, if you are back in town. I do miss hanging out with you. It's been a while since we've hung out. Weak fold. It's always my fault, and it is completely my fault that it's been a while since we've hung out, of course, because I'm a hermit and I never leave my house. I never leave Medicine Hat, and nobody ever sees me, so it's entirely my it's entirely my doing that we haven't seen each other for ages. But we haven't seen each other for ages, so we should. Get rid of the queen 4. And the king jack gets there. The dominated hand gets there. Totally not worth playing. Of course, until you see that you flop top pair, then maybe it's worth playing, but I don't know, getting involved with 9 deuce under the gun is probably somewhat of a recipe for disaster in tournament poker, I think. Kowalski's getting a bit aggro. Get to walk, that's always nice at this stage of the game. Deuces in the small blind. I'm actually kind of glad that Suck Dick put in the raise there because it lets me get out of the way fairly easily, and I actually kind of hate these spots where I'm sort of semi-forced to shove my deuces into a big blind if it folds to me. And I just hate that because even when they just decide to say fuck you bro and call you off, you're still racing against overcards. So I just never thrilled with shoving deuces in that spot. Shove under the gun from Dr. Deepstack. I don't think we'll be entertaining his bet with our 10-3. Certainly not after Kowalski reshoves. We got the race. And the 8s hold. We are down to 9 players remaining. Guaranteed 199 now. I'm not actually sure if I'm supposed to shove hands like this on the small blind to the big blind in that sort of chip stack dynamic spot or not, to be honest. Because I do outstack him, but not by that much. And if he calls me and he wins, I'm pretty crippled at this point. So I'm not sure if I'm supposed to be shoving those sorts of hands or not. So we're up to 252 guaranteed now. This was obviously the sort of hand you want to see a flop with, but probably not for a raise after a limp. Although it was suck dick, I should have probably paid more attention to that. Flop wouldn't be good for our hand or our range though, so. Suck dick clearly representing the big pair on that one. Or ace queen. I think even ace queen seems unlikely there. And again, I just don't feel like these are the sorts of hands that I necessarily should be shoving a ton of. I mean, obviously I'm going to get folds. And this stack dynamic is different than the last hand with 7 deuce. So that's why I chose to fold the 3-4. Or to shove the 3-4 that time and fold the 7 deuce the time before. But I'm actually not sure whether those decisions are right or not, frankly. Well, my headset's dying again. A little dangerous shoving into suck dick's stack, but I also don't think he's calling me off too light. Yeah, let's set mine. Let's set mine for a set of deuces. That's a dry hole. We drilled our mine and it was a dry hole, so we move on to the next one. don't think threes is a 3-bet shove spot there. Maybe it is. Sixes is definitely a shove spot under the gun, though, I think. Yeah, I'm going to be snapping off his shove, I think, with king-queen here, or queen-jack here. Bankage. Bankage. We're now hand for hand for the final table. I've now leveled up to a point where I am guaranteed to make money today. Woohoo! And we could take this puppy down. Oh, it's a little astonishing that I'm still the short stack in this tournament. So we're guaranteed 458 now, which would put us well over €5 for our cash for the day, which will pay us back our buy-ins and give us a little bit of profit. It does seem to be the way our days go a lot of times, though. We bust out of tournaments early, but then the last tournament of the day is the one that goes for us. I think this is going to be a very shovey table with only 3 of us here. Open up the other table. BJBV is the small stack now. With I Stole You, one of them is going to be the very short stack at the end of this hand, and the other one is going to be a bigger stack at the end of this hand. So I Stole You is the short stack of the tournament now. All in. Called. And he holds. So we're the short stack of the tournament again. And we're going to shove our ace-queen. Thank you, Eddie. All right, man, thank you. Two pair on the flushy straighty board. Always love the day savers. Always love the day savers. We actually have a lot of them on our Unibet Free Roll Challenge here. A lot of times we looks like we're going to have a pretty big loss for the day, only to pull it out at the end. I guess it would be a little odd, Ant-Man, but I mean, you know, I could have won the Deep Impact earlier today instead of coming 14th for it, and we would have finished that one. I would have won that one a couple hours ago, probably. It would have been done. I'm going to guess the Deep Impact Nano is already finished. Let's have a look. Go down to the bottom. That's weird. I can't find the Deep Impact Nano today. Deep Space Nano, but that wasn't the one I played, I'm sure. Maybe it was. No, I'm sure that wasn't it. No, that wasn't the one. Weird. Weird. But no, you're right. I mean, obviously, the wins are going to take longer to happen, so. Yeah. 500 all-in or fold hands. Still on the final table bubble. I Stole You and BJBV are in a big pot on the other table. Not a huge pot, but it's a... BJBV calls Hero calls down with ace high and is correct. Yeah, I get out of the way with 7-3. Put up the C-bet here. We get folds a lot of the time. I don't think I've ever actually seen that game. I've heard people talk about it. It doesn't really sound like my style of poker. As you've seen from today, my style of poker is a little bit slower, a little bit. I really like the deep stacks. One of the reasons I like the Comet Nano so much is that it's such an absurdly deep stacked singularity tournament that freeze out that I just love it. Geez, that's going to be tough. Straight flushes are pretty hard to come by in poker. I've only ever had one live in my life. I mean, I don't play a ton of live poker, so it wouldn't be, it's not that unusual. But yeah, they're not. Jackpots would be pretty rare if that's all. If that's what it takes. We would have snapped off any action there, I think. I mean, playing three-handed sixes are pretty strong. Another double up on the other table. We're reshoving this over top all day long, I think. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. If you're going for the straight flush, then yeah, you're going to call with every straight flush card. Woo, 1025. That's chunky. I don't think I can even buy in for that with my bankroll. 8 big blinds, you say? No, I couldn't buy in. I couldn't even buy in for that. Couldn't even buy into that. Break is on. Yeah, okay, take it, I guess. And we are going to the break, six-handed. Give me a couple of seconds and we will get some commercials started for you.
With the big money. Now, take it easy for a minute. Here's a word from Jonathan Blake about a really good cigarette, Kent.
If you smoke a lot, please be certain that you've got the cigarette designed just for you. Change to Kent, change to Kent, change to Kent with the micronite filter.
Hi, this is Jonathan Blake. Say, if you smoke a lot, I suggest that you take the Kent carton test and just see for yourself what a difference Kents can make. You switch to Kent and smoke one carton. Now, I don't mean just a pack or two, but a carton. You'll find that Kent's micronite filter gives you high filtration to help you keep your smoking moderate. And that Kent's custom blend of fine, rich tobaccos gives you the clean, satisfying flavor that you want in a cigarette. If you smoke just one carton of Kent's, I'm confident you'll find that Kent's will give you everything you want in a cigarette. So, if you smoke a lot, change to Kent to help you keep your smoking moderate.
I smoke Kent cigarettes. Why don't you get yourself a carton and try them? Thank you.
Meet George, the hard worker. His tale's a tearjerker. His hurry-worry life just dismays his poor wife. All the hustle and bustle, the workaday tussle. He's a miserable sight when he comes home each night. His nerves all a-jangle, all ready to wrangle. His stomach upset. But she's ready, you bet.
It's time for Pepto-Bismol, time for hospital-tested Pepto-Bismol.
For upset stomach, Pepto-Bismol is America's leading remedy. Here's why. No soda, no alkalizer works like Pepto-Bismol. You see, when upset stomach strikes, tender walls of both the stomach and the lower digestive tract become irritated, and you have that well-known stomach ache. But Pepto-Bismol's special medicinal formula soothes irritated walls of both the stomach and the lower digestive tract with a gentle coating action. So when upset stomach strikes,
Take soothing Pepto-Bismol and feel good again.
Hello, I'm Joan Leslie. Which of these two women could be you? One cleansed her face the ordinary, casual way with any soap or cold cream. But this cotton pad reveals hidden dirt and makeup left behind by ordinary cleansing. The other cleansed her face the palm-olive way. And the pad reveals no trace of hidden dirt. Proof that her face is palm-olive clean, deep down clean. Yes, the palm-olive way does remove hidden dirt that robs your complexion of beauty. Doctors prove you can have a cleaner, fresher complexion the very first time you use palm-olive soap. Palm-olive is so mild, it lets you clean cleaner, clean deeper, without irritation. Prove it yourself. Massage your face with gentle palm-olive for 60 seconds. Rinse, pat dry, and test for hidden dirt. See? Your face is palm-olive clean, deep down clean. Get mild, gentle palm-olive soap for a cleaner, fresher complexion today.
Did you get a new electric razor for Christmas? And do you find it difficult to get a really close shave with it? Well, now, don't blame your electric razor. Just do this. Tomorrow morning, before you use that new electric razor, just put some Williams Electric Shave on your face. Now, it's the before shave lotion that makes any electric razor give you a closer shave. Here's how it works. Williams Electric Shave instantly evaporates perspiration, ends razor drag, sets up your beard for a closer, longer-lasting shave. And Williams Electric Shave lubricates your skin for a smoother, more comfortable shave. So men, remember, for a shave that's razor blade close with any electric razor, use Williams Electric Shave, the before shave lotion. See the difference, feel the difference. And if you use a regular razor, try Williams Gold and Yellow Shaving Creams. Contain cream of lanolin for the man with a heavy beard.
And we're back. And I have to say that El Sriracha does run horribly bad today because she takes off, and our first ad said after she takes off, no cake ads. So yeah, she does run pretty horribly bad. Oh, 10.25 Okay, that's better. Sorry, I thought you were talking $10.25, and I'm like, that's pretty high stakes, buddy. I should have realized it was 1025C. It's silly of me to think it was. That they would only offer it at such absurd stakes. That's ridiculous. But so we're back to the final table of the Black Hole Nano. 30 euros up top. We're guaranteed 629 at this point, but we got our sights set on that 30 euros because that would be yummy. That would be yummy to add to our bankroll. Yeah, not too bad at all, man. Is the rake all that much in those games? Alrighty, this looks like a good spot for us to get some chips in. This looks like a really good spot for us to get some chips in. This looks like a great spot to get some chips in. Yeah, well. I'm okay with blinds and antes in that spot. Interesting, Hensy Pensy. Here we got Popo now as one of the short stacks. He was the one that was bullying us on the table way back when. It's a big stack in the tournament for a long time as well. King 10 in the small blind. I'm out of position. I'll probably get out of the way with this one. Roger that. It's one of the issues I have when I cut these commercials is there are standards in place now in Canada and I think in the US as well that standardize the audio levels on television broadcasts between the programs and the commercials and everything, so it all stays at a fairly flat decibel level. Obviously with the peaks and balances of louder and quieter speech and stuff when you're doing that, but the average stays at a fairly level amount. But that wasn't always the case back in the day. One of the early ways advertisers used to get people's attention is that they would crank up the volume on their ad recordings, so that people would be along watching the television program at normal volume, and then boom, the ad starts blaring out of the TV at them and scares them and gets their attention, kind of thing. So it's really hard for me to match the audio between commercials and also to make sure that the levels are good when they come out. I have been trying to adjust the levels as I play them, but it's not always easy, and it depends too on what how you guys are listening as well. King 10 suited from the cutoff. I think let's see what the flop brings. Yeah, I mean, I suppose that's the thing. If you're winning at it, you know. That'll certainly be one of my problems bankroll-wise when I move from the nanos up into the 1, 2, 5 euro range more frequently as I'm doing now. Is that of course I'm moving into rake games out of the no rake nanos and into the rake games. So my win rate has to be higher in order to compensate for that. Now, 171% ROI. If I can maintain that, then I'm going to be okay against rake. But you know, I'm also finding as I've moved up, I've the place where my big downswing happened was when I started to pound into 1 and 2 euro games, and it just went like that on me. So I clearly have to adjust some in those games. Yep, Popo. No, he's been up and down. He's been pretty spewy. He's been pretty spewy as he was back at when we were hanging out together on the same table. Blah, we folded our ace-7 and it's in my mind it's the worst ace out there, ace-7. I mean, obviously any ace is a good hand, but ace-7 is the worst ace. And I'm actually not even liking the two pairs under that action so much. Although, given the two players, I think that people are going to play back against suck deck quite a bit on this table. Like here, we're reshoving on suck deck with our ace-10. Or we were reshoving on suck deck with our ace-10, but now that Popo's reshoved on suck deck with whatever it is they're holding, I have to stop and think about this for a second. Because I can just fold here and potentially ladder up to 5th. Yeah. I mean, as it was, I laddered down to 6th. But I'm not actually sure now. Maybe that ace-10 should have been maybe I should have just ripped that. Yes, those, yeah. Yeah, well, and I do try to adjust the levels when it comes on, and some of the other commercials, I mean, today I think is bad. But yeah, I'll definitely listen back on the VOD and we'll go from there. I have been trying to adjust today because I know that specifically some of the ones today when I was recording them, I noticed they were quite loud. So I'm trying to adjust the volumes down. But I may also have forgotten in 1 or 2 cases too. Ace Jack, I think that's going to be a rip spot. I think that's going to be a re-rip spot, especially when we got 42 grand extra in the pot. GLS. Nice. Bankage. That puts us in a spot. That puts us in a spot to be able to actually do something here. Wow, that puts us in first place. I didn't realize that was going to happen. That's awesome. That puts us in the top in the chip lead. I knew I was going to be near the top. I didn't realize I was actually going to be at the top. So much for my quiet, short, I'm tired stream today. We're coming up on 7 hours in, which might be my longest stream so far. And we're going to be here a while longer when we win this thing, so be here for at least another hour, I would guess, to win this thing. It could go quick. Hard to say. Depends if a couple of coolers get dealt out. That'll make things go quicker. Six for me today. We are at the moment some €3 ahead of the game for the day. With the chance to get some more. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Yeah, it felt like the thing at the time. I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm reshipping if Popo doesn't get involved, but as soon as he puts his chips in the middle, I'm like, yeah, I probably don't feel that strong anymore. This hand was a fun one. We get some binkage. Just saw it roll through on the delayed stream. Oh. Yeah, I did think about it. I think ace eight's not my favorite ace hand. Certainly not in a spot like that. But yeah, I totally could have. Did you guys lose the stream? it looks like I'm still streaming, but my television just lost. Let me actually go over and have a look at. Still looks like I'm live on my dashboard. You guys can still see my stream, right? Let me know in chat, because yeah, okay, I'm getting it on my computer. I'm just not getting it for some reason on my television set where I usually monitor the stream quality. That's weird. Huh. Strange. Let's try. Go and do it from a new window. Huh. No, looks like I got issues with my. Looks like I got issues with replaying on my TV set for some reason. And it seems to be working everywhere else, so I'm guessing you guys can still see and hear me. Do I have network problems on that computer? No. Netflix seems to play fine, so there's no problem with the network on that computer. Weird. Very weird. I don't know. Looks like it's fine though. Looks like the problem's just on my end, so nothing to worry about, I don't think. We're down to 5. Suckdick loses to the flush. Yeah, thanks, Ant-Man. It's like I say, I figured out that it's working everywhere else for me. Just my television set for some reason won't show my stream anymore. It got a network error and it's just done. I refresh and it's nothing. It's done. It's weird. Very weird. Get rid of the 9 deuce. So that bust out put us up to 855 guaranteed now. Yeah, I think 100% you're right with that. And yeah, I mean the calling off the calling off range is and should be quite a bit narrower than your shove range, right? So I might sometimes limp a big hand in a spot like that, trying to induce a shove over top of me. Wow. Wow. just the Greenstein. It just needed the Greenstein and just gets it. Just the Greenstein. Ace on the fucking river. What a hand that was. Down to 4. Guaranteed 11.57 now for our day's work. The Queen 8 was sucking out on the aces right up until that Greenstein smacked the river. Probably didn't need to do that with somebody. That was probably like a really stupid move, actually. That was like a stupid move. Dumb, Lyle. What the hell are you doing? The hell are you doing shoving 30 big blinds there? The hell are you doing shoving 30 big blinds there? You idiot! You idiot, Lyle! Oh my god, I mean, we banked the hand, but what the hell was I thinking? The hell was I thinking there? Wow, okay, we should not have, that was the stupidest move I've made today. We should not have got there. And we got there and we're the chip leader now. So, I mean, that's poker, right? That's the way poker goes sometimes. Oh, wow, that was just a horrendous play on my part. And we just get there. It was just a horrendous play. Oh, wow. Wow. I mean, with Popo sitting out over here, that shove was just awful. Like, there's no justification whatsoever for that move that I made. None. Zero. Zilch. Said it was the worst move I've made today. Might be the worst move I've made all year in poker. We're three-handed now. We are three-handed now. Put in the raise with my threes. Neither of us should really be that interested in getting into pots against each other at this point. Until Popo is done. I mean, yeah, it was nice, but I mean, wow, was that ever like an awful, awful, awful play? It's hard to overstate how bad that was, how wrong that was, how much I should not have done that in that spot. Timing is everything. Actually, I think queen high is good here some of the time, to be honest, in this dynamic, but probably not often enough that I can call here in this spot, at least not until Popo's gone. Luckbox Lyle, that's me. That's me. At this point, I'm sort of trying not to get into a gross spot until Popo's done, but we might just have to reshove into one of these raises of his, or re-raise into one of his raises here. We only got 2 or 3 more rounds for Popo before they're all in, forced all in, and we ladder up one more time, which is essentially why I'm just folding at this point. Surprised he gave us that one. I think he knows I'm folding just about everything. So next round he'll be forced all in. No, maybe this round. Yeah, you're probably right, Hansy. I think on that, I was kind of, I'm kind of in the mode of let's wait for him to bust out and guarantee myself that pay jump instead of getting into gross spots against the bigger stack of Ecam. And it's like here, I'm basically just thinking that we check it down most of the time. Sweet, we're heads up. Alrighty, that was what I was basically waiting for, so we'll be playing this a lot more aggressively now. Guaranteed 21.54, and I mean, I think, yeah, we just got 9s here, so let's rip it, see what happens. And we take second, but I'm okay with second. I'm okay with second. That was a damn good run, I think. I'm pretty happy with that. So let's make sure we get a picture of this one. Second black hole. And let's put 21.54 in our bankroll tracker for the black hole, 21.54. And suddenly, a day that looked like it was going to be awful turned into a pretty darn good day. 22 euros in wins on 4 euros in buy-ins, so 18 euro profit today. Nice little bank to the bankroll. Nice little bink to the bankroll. Let's update our graph before we get done for the day. Let's refresh that cash. Ooh, there we go. Nice little bink to the bankroll. We're back above our trend line again, which is nice. We were well below our trend line for a while there, and that's kind of depressing when you drop there. But we're back above our trend line, so that's nice. And yeah, it was a darn good day. Thank you for coming and hanging out with me, everybody. That was a blast. What I thought was going to be a short day ended up being quite a bit longer than I thought, and we quite a bit more successful than it looked like it was going to be from the start. So the black hole ended up being our day saver by a pretty massive margin. Not even that unhappy with the way it all ended there. It's nines into queen jack. It's pretty standard heads up spot there. I think I'm shoving pre-flop all the time there. I think he's calling off pre-flop all the time there. And then the cards are just going to run out how the cards run out. So that's heads up poker for you right there. But yeah, otherwise it was a pretty darn good day. So thank you for coming and hanging out with me. Thank you for taking this fun little trip on the MotherShip with me. And we'll catch you again soon. Later. For more vintage poker content from MotherShip Poker, click the subscribe button and check out the playlists for all of our old archived content, as well as the ads only cut from some of the early streams.